Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, session will start in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, session will start in 5 minutes.
stolen source, an accident during transport, a damaged device, or even a deliberate act. Whatever the origin, the first moments are crucial. Firefighters, police officers, paramedics, and civil protection personnel must understand the risks they may face and the measures required to protect themselves and the public. IEA guidance highlights several foundations of an effective first-level response. Countries must establish clear structures and responsibilities, backed by procedures that can be put into action immediately. First responders need practical tools, such as simple hazard assessment methods, methods for controlling access to dangerous areas, approaches for minimizing contamination, and protocols for life-saving activities when radiation may be present. Developing these capacities is not a one-time effort. It requires continuous training, regular exercises, and realistic simulations. Through these activities, first responders become familiar with radiation concepts. They learn to use protective equipment correctly and strengthen coordination with regulatory bodies and technical specialists. This repeated practice builds the confidence necessary to act decisively under pressure. In the end, an effective first response does not depend solely on equipment or technology. It depends on people, on their knowledge, their skills, and the systems that support them. Ensuring that first responders are prepared from the very first moments of an emergency is essential for protecting lives and strengthening national resilience. Thank you very much. So our first speaker is Ms. Hira Iqbal from Pakistan. Hira is a senior safety officer at the Directorate General of Safety, using emergency technologies for first responders, deployment of multi-agency robotics in emergency response, and integrating lessons learned from real-life events is what she's going to talk to us about. Thank you.
Good morning and Assalamu alaikum everyone. So this is me, Hira Iqbal from Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission, and here I'm going to talk about my topic, which is using emerging technologies for first responder support, deployment of multi-agent robotics in emergency response, and integrating lessons from real-life events. I would like to start with the basic theme of my presentation, which is protecting our protectors. That means our first responders who are working in a very high-risk environment. We are all aware that emissions from radioactive materials cannot be detected by human senses. They cannot be seen, we cannot smell them, we cannot taste them. And therefore, the presence of radioactive materials can really complicate the firefighting situation, and it becomes very different than the conventional firefighting. Because of the presence of high radiation exposure, there are toxic chemicals that could impair the breathing of the firefighters, and due to structural collapse, the firefighters can get trapped inside the building. And due to the smoke, there will be an issue of zero visibility, and the firefighters, our first responders, they cannot navigate through the building freely. Hence, all of these factors will result in a possible increased delay in critical work and resumption of normal operation in the facility. I would like to put a glance on the historical emergencies that give a very strong insight on the importance of the first responder EPR. So let's talk about the Chernobyl. There was an explosion and fire at the reactor 4 that released massive radioactive materials. The firefighters had to face direct exposure while trying to extinguish the graphite fires. The radiological and fire hazards combined, they overwhelmed the first responders and also resulted in many casualties. Next, talk about the Tokamura fire in Japan. There was a fire at nuclear fuel reprocessing facility which exposed the workers to the toxic fumes and the flames at one particular time together. And this incident particularly highlighted that there should be some protective technologies for the first responders. And recently, we will be talking about a very different fire incident, which was a wildfire incident that occurred near Hanul power plant in South Korea. The forest fire spread very dangerously to the plant, and it even required aerial firefighting and military support to extinguish the fire so that it will not reach the facility. So this event also demonstrates how the external wildfires can create a combined radiological threat scenario. So overall, the message is first responder safety and rapid coordination are very critical. Here, I would like to give a brief glance on the current preparedness approaches that are being adopted in Pakistan. So we have developed fire control and rescue stations at the specific locations where these particular hazards are present. All of these stations are equipped with very trained manpower and the first responders, who always play a very critical frontline role whenever required in any incident or even in the case of a near miss. These stations are custom built and are equipped with state-of-the-art equipment. And no equipment can do anything unless our manpower is trained. So we basically believe in training the manpower. The conventional drills are conducted regularly for operational readiness of the first responders. And after these drills, we compile a data. The operational experiencing feedback from these drills, it is compiled, and also a national database is also being maintained to analyze the incidents. And in this way, we identify any recurring patterns and enhance decision-making during the real-life events. In additionally, the capacity building of the first responders, the operators, and all other people or stakeholders involved in the activity is also carried out through national EPR training centers. So this was the conventional approach, and now we are moving towards a futuristic multi-agent robotic system. So it is a research project that is being carried out in a research institute in Pakistan under the ambit of Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission. The core concept is, instead of sending humans or first responders in blind, send a team of robots to assess the situation and then report back. So the idea is to have a mix of agents. Some of will be fully automatic. They will be able to navigate by themselves, and others will be remote control for direct human oversight. All of these agents need to be equipped with the necessary equipment for the mission. They need to have sensors to detect radiation and chemicals, thermal cameras to see through smoke and find heat sources in the form of fires or people. And with the collaborative intelligence, they will be working together and sharing information with the command centers. And the final objective is to support command and control decision-making in real time via using this project. So we are thinking, and we are very hopeful that we will be able to combine all the futuristic technologies like robotics, AI and machine learning, drones, sensors, and wearables in our project. The operational concept is very simple: deploy. The process will begin with the remote launch of robots. They will enter the hazardous environment, feeding data to the command centers. The next step will be to explore, identify the fire sources or trapped individuals. They will map the area and collect data and find out what are the prevalent hazards in that area. The next step will be to transmit the data to the central command station, and the last step will be to decide. The command center will use the information to plan a safer first responder operation. Here is a brief holistic overview of the project that is being carried out by the Research Institute. So the plan is to have an intelligent master-slave system for planning emergency operations. It will be a centralized station with AI-augmented teleoperated planning system with a GUI, tele-assessment of environment, and there will be a human-machine interface. And currently, the work is being done on 2 robotic agents out of the multi-agent robots, the robotic agent 1 and the robotic agent 2. And the next slide, I'm going to tell about the technical capabilities of these robotic agents. So the first robotic agent, it is built on a tracked platform. It is similar to a small tank. Because of its track, it is stable, strong, and ideal for rough or uneven ground, especially in fire zones. Because the firefighting, it might be being done not in a simple terrain, and there will be like rough tracks. And there will be also capability to combine them with a fire hose or some equipment or pan or extinguishing media to carry these equipment. And the primary goal is fire suppression and direct firefighting support. Next, we talk about the technical capabilities of the Agent 2. The Agent 2 uses legs instead of tracks, giving it more mobility and agility in complex environment. It has the ability to climb stairs over debris and navigate rubble. It carries thermal and vision sensors, and its main purpose is search assessment and locating survivors or hazardous zones. So the main focus of this agent is more on exploration and situational analysis, while the previous one was more focused on fire suppression and direct firefighting support. Eventually, the project goals are to present firefighter response teams to enhance their efficiency, to minimize any injuries or casualties that could occur to the first responders or specifically firefighters while they are combating any fire in or around any nuclear installations. And another objective is to optimize the resource allocation in complex emergency scenarios. So by drone mapping, we can find out where the maximum hazard lies. So we can deploy our robots to that area. The system can also be used for instant data sharing, thus ensuring rapid and coordinated decision-making among various firefighting teams in case of industrial accidents. And we are hopeful that in future, the AI algorithms will also enable our multi-agent robotic system to learn from the emergency scenarios, refine the strategies, and thus improve response efficiency over time. I would also like to discuss about some challenges and limitations that we are currently facing in the execution of the project. First of all, I would like to talk about the technical hurdles. There is extreme environment operation where these robots are going to be deployed, like in the fire zone and with the radioactive zone. So we need to be very careful about selection of the materials that need to be used for the development of these robots. And another thing is sensor reliability and data accuracy, because we are planning to use the sensor data and compile it for future predictive analysis. It means that our sensors should be very reliable and the data should be accurate, so that when we do some analysis on the data, we are able to find some accurate information. And another thing is limited battery endurance. Another challenge is high financial impact. Well, the initial development cost for the project is quite high, and it will also require a long-term maintenance funding. However, I would like to put more focus on human integration, because we are trying that the robotic system will work hand to hand with the first responders. So it means that the operators should have the trust, and also they should be skillful that how to use these robots or multi-agents remotely. So there need to be made some new protocols for dealing with the emergencies. So when will the robots be active, and when will the first responders will be active? And for that, we need to conduct some simulator trainings and drills as well. Another important challenge that we are facing is cybersecurity, because as we are going to be deploying these robots in nuclear radiological areas, so we need it to be secure data and communication, and there should be no network disruptions, because in the case of emergencies, we need like very quick communication, and also we also don't want our system to be hijacked. Talking more about the human integration challenge, the technology alone, it cannot solve the problem. Humans must be trained to operate, supervise, and interpret robotic systems effectively. So what we are thinking is to use our already established fire control and rescue stations, and the manpower there is trained for conventional firefighting. So once these robots are ready for deployment, we can like conduct a simulation or actual exercises in real time, where the humans and the robots can integrate with each other in a joint firefighting drill, or there could be a simulation-based drill. And afterwards, we will need refreshers and ongoing mentoring for the first responders as well. moving towards the conclusion, the multi-agent robotics and AI can transform first responder safety. It's our belief, and we are working towards it. The AI algorithms will enable systems to learn from the emergencies. There will be improved efficiency, faster response, reduced casualties. The robots will be able to locate survivor and minimize the human exposure, and the capacity building will ensure sustainable and resilient EPR systems, and that is our goal. Thank you for listening to me, and if anyone has any questions, this is my email address. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Art Mogill from the United States. Art has been a national security specialist assigned to law enforcement training and deployment team at the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. And today, Art's going to speak to us about deploying fully immersive virtual reality to train law enforcement in radiological security awareness and response. Art.
Good morning. You're going to see I'm going to take a little different approach. I like to move around. First of all, I'd like to start out by thanking the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the IAEA for providing the opportunity for myself and the Office of the Radiological Security to present to such a distinguished group from so many different countries. It is truly an honor from this young lad started in New York, and I'm very happy to be here. So I have observed over the past couple of days of being here that most of the presentations have been done by doctors, scientists, regulators. My presentation is going to be coming from a different perspective, that of a first responder. I was a first responder in counterterrorism operations. I responded to radiological incidents. I'm a hazmat technician. I was a radiation safety officer, a radiation operational support specialist, etc. Actually, I think I need the clicker, by the way. It was there. Excuse me. So I hope you feel as I do that if you have technical information that doesn't take into account the operator's perspective, it is ill-informed. But the operator, if he doesn't have the technical perspective, he will be dead. So it is very important to bring everybody together to come up with that proper approach that takes into account both these perspectives. That being said, I'm very excited today to present to you a new approach to training that we do to first responders that unfortunately I only have 12 minutes to talk about, and I'd be happy to talk about the entire day. So we are here in the back and available to do so. Coming from the military and the police, we are always told you have to give an agenda. You got to tell people what you're going to talk about before you talk about. But in the interest of time, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to go right into it. Who here has actually worked with the Office of Radiological Security? Anyone? I see a hand in the back. Excellent. Hopefully there will be more of you. So the Office of Radiological Security is part of the Department of Energy National Nuclear Security Administration, and it's one of the offices. We realize that radiological materials are so important and vital, whether it be for medicine, commercial purposes, and they are here for a while. That being said, our mission is to keep these materials from the hands of terrorists. And the materials that we're talking about are not the nuclear materials that are fissionable or fusionable. It's just that the materials themselves that are readily all available around us in our backyards, that if they get into the hands of terrorists, can be used to make a radiological exposure device or a radiological dispersal device. So how do we do this? We are actually a very small unit. So we actually work with the sites. We help provide them technologies. But the main way we do it is to work with partners like you to be force multipliers. Because we are so small, we don't respond ourselves. But we realize we identify the first responders, and we can give them that little technical and tactical knowledge, the basic information that if they get that call, and it's going to be maybe 2 a.m. on a Saturday, they will be able to make that decision, that initial decision that can affect that entire outcome. Somebody mentioned on Monday, that initial decision can affect the outcome between containment and catastrophe. We don't want the catastrophe, so we want to give them the knowledge and the tools to respond quickly, respond safely, to be able to do their job as a first responder and know the basics that they can make that proper decision. Working with law enforcement and being in law enforcement and other first responders, I have found that first responders can be more afraid of radiation than they are of maybe a bullet being fired at them, because a bullet is something that they can visualize and they understand, even though that can be much more immediate and much more deadly. So we give them these basic tools to inform them so they can protect property, they can protect life, and they can help protect the environment. So let's talk about one of the tools that we've actually incorporated. And pardon me, I'm just looking at my watch to try to keep on time. I'm not trying to be rude. I have a tendency to go over. So we came up with this enhanced learning approach that we were able to relate taking the technical advice from the scientists, from the radiation safety officers, from the doctors, and give it into this program that is fully immersive virtual reality. And I heard some other presentations about some of the virtual reality programs. This one is unique in the sense the people that actually manufactured our system make movies, they make commercials, and they made it fully immersive. Who here has seen the movie The Matrix? Raise your hand. Excellent. So you know in The Matrix, where some people just see X's and O's, once you're immersed, you actually see the people, you see everything that's going on. And that's what we've created here. We created different training environments for them to go in. This gives them the ability to not only learn the basic principles of radiological response and responding to radioactive materials, but gives them the ability to assess their current tactics and CONOPS to see how effective they are. This program, this system that is developed, is very flexible. It could be changed from moment to moment. There's no set scenario. So if I want to take the unique tactics of a particular agency, let's say we have the military and they have a set of tactics, or we have a police department and they have a set of tactics, and we cannot judge from the Office of Radiological Security and say that our tactics are necessarily better than theirs, because each agency has their unique resources and capabilities, which this program allows you to incorporate. It's fully immersive. It's completely realistic. You can have scenarios where you're getting exposed to potentially high activity sources that if you were dealing with in real life would actually kill you, whether it be from a large panoramic irradiator that can have over millions of curies to a blood irradiator that can have thousands of curies. And you can do this and you can show them in a visual way that I can do these things and not receive any significant dose. It is also sometimes easier to set up this system than find a venue. So at the response, Office of Radiological Security Response, we have this model called the RASER, which is the Radiological Security Awareness and Response Model. And it incorporates doing workshops where they're getting the basic training from first sitting down, that crawl, walk, run. So they're getting the basic principles, and then we teach them radiation detection really from that visual standpoint. And then we do everything from that operational response exercises. We've found that you go to some environments and it's very difficult to find it, and it can be much more dangerous. We can create all those environments in this virtual reality simulator. All you need is a space. The bigger the space, the better it actually works because, again, it's fully interactive. I'm not sitting on a desk or on a keyboard pushing buttons. I am actually fitted up with equipment, and I'll get into it, and I am moving around, and I can interact with my fellow responder. The large systems can have up to 12 people clearing rooms, responding, working together, communicating at the same time. This system appeals to the multiple learning styles people have. Some people are visual learners. First responders are generally visual learners and kinesthetic learners. So they learn by doing. This system allows them to do that. It actually has the auditory approach. I can communicate and talk and communicate with each other. And I can incorporate multiple different entities. So I can have a site representative there. I can have a radiation safety officer. I can have a technical specialist, and then the responder. So the way the system works, you take a room, the bigger the room, the better. For example, we actually worked in Mexico City, and they purchased their own system. They used this whole airplane hangar that's 100 feet by 50 feet to set up the system. The bigger the space, the better it is because the more people you can put in it and the more you can move around. As I said, you're actively engaged in this environment. Their system was able to support 12 people simultaneously. You're engaging with avatars. The avatars can be system generated, so you can have as many different engagements as you want. The system-generated avatars are more limited because they can only follow certain commands, but they can respond. They can get down on their knees. They can put their hands behind their back. You can do some medical work on them. But the other thing that's unique about this system is you can take real people and put them in the system with an avatar skin. So I could actually take somebody from a site or a scientist, have them in there, and communicate to those police officers and military people and provide them technical information on the scene. And then if I want to change, like it was in the avatar, remember how the FBI agent suddenly could change and be a police officer. I could change the skin of that technical person and then put them in another room, and now they could be an adversary. This system also has an after-action response analysis tool. So you can actually do full playbacks of every action every individual took. You can take it from their individual perspective, see what they saw, see how they responded, or you can do an overhead and see what everybody was doing. Switch to another person so you could see what they were doing. With that after-action playback, I can see what they're looking at. I can actually see where their firearms were facing for firearms discipline. It's very important, especially for first responders that have firearms. Where is your gun muzzle pointed? You can see all these things in this after-action playback. Are they flagging that person in front of them? So it is actually a great analysis tool because people do not remember when they're in the heat of the activity, but when they can see it for themselves, they can't actually refute it. And then we have multiple environments. So we developed large panoramic irradiator environments. We have warehouses. We have medical facilities. We have city environments, so they can do car stops. They can do multiple things. And again, they're physically engaged in all these operations. Here are some of the actual assets that the ORS developed particularly to be built into it. And again, you can move them into any room or into any environment at will, constantly changing it. But we have the research irradiators, blood irradiators. We developed PRDs that actually work using technical analysis like a regular PRD. We developed PRD training lanes so they can get all the training in this virtual environment and actually see time-distance shielding. Each lane has a different shielding, a different level of attenuation. So if they want to see, hey, if I put the PRD behind a lead wall, how much is it going to shield it? If I do a sheetrock wall, how much is it going to shield it? We have distance markings on the floor so they can actually see that concept of time, distance, and shielding. If I half my distance, I'm getting 4 times the dose. Double my distance, I'm getting a quarter. So these become great learning tools for these individuals. So in terms of the outcome, it's relatively new. We've only trained a number of police agencies. From what we were told, it was the best radiological response training many have ever had. And this was by agencies that actually teach it. It actually really relates to those operational people. So here's one of the imageries of what you would see when you're in the environment. You're holding the PRD. You can see the readings. You have your adversaries, etc. So the next step is we're developing a mobile system to make it more portable, bring it on the road, and hopefully we'll do more outreach. Again, I'm sorry it was so rushed. We are here, either see Dan Amarin, Kirk Zapp, Richie Spangler, myself in the back. We'd love to discuss it with you. It's a great tool. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Cheng Wei from the China Institute for Radiation Protection. He's going to speak about the development of a virtual reality-based emergency training and exercise simulation system for radiological dispersal device events. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Chair Wright. So thank you for your introduction. Dear colleagues, also thank you for all your coming. So as Mrs. Wright mentioned, so I come from China Institute for Radiation Protection. Actually, I'm a researcher so in radiation protection, and I'm also a first responder. Today, I would like to share with you an exercise simulation system based on VR technology. So we worked in collaboration with IEC of IAEA. So this name called Virtual Reality-Based Emergency Training and Exercise Simulation System for Radiological Dispersal Device Event. So my presentation is structured in 3 parts. Before we introduce the system, so let's first understand what is radioactive dispersal device is and what impact it has on the public. A radiological dispersal device, so as known as a dirty bomb, is a conventional explosive mixed with radioactive material designed to scatter radioactive contaminants over an area. So while it doesn't create a nuclear explosion, the primary dangers are from the conventional blast itself and the resulting radioactive contamination, so which can cause psychological panic and lead to expensive cleanup. Exposure to radiation can occur through inhalation, ingestion, or direct external contact. We can see in this tablet, and many types of isotopes can be used to make a dirty boom, such as cesium, cobalt, and rhodium. Okay, so by the way, don't let anyone know that I've told you the formula or method for making a dirty boom. Okay, so if an RDD event occurred, should we do? What's the response procedures? Are we familiar with the entire response process? But in real life, we can't recreate an RDD event, yeah, definitely. To address this issue, we developed this VR simulation exercise system triggered by RDD events. It helps first responder, master or become familiar with the RDD event response procedure. In this system, we simulated a hypothetical scenario. An RDD detonates inside a stadium during the opening ceremony of a World Cup. So we also created multiple first responder characters. Each participant can choose an appropriate character and simulate the entire emergency response process within the system. So for an RDD event, we mainly involve 3 response phases. So we can see as the bottoms as is following. So initial or first response. So the second one, extended response. And the third one, medical response. And in the initial response phase, our primary focus on the progress of the simulation, investigate the scene, transfer the injuries, and establish control boundary to ensure the public safety. And in the extended response phase, we focus on how to conduct the consequence assessment, prevent the incident from escalating and make the informed decision. As a final phase, medical response phase, key training content maybe includes how to establish medical triage area and casualty classification. And to implement this system, we utilize several key technologies. The first one, dynamic rendering real-time 3D graphics technology. It ensures high visual fidelity. We also use a resource compression dynamic loading. We employ several algorithms to optimize the performance, load assets, and minimize latency. Also, network state synchronization, it ensures low latency, high precision synchronization. And the last one, we use advanced animation control technology. With this technology, the system achieves smooth and natural animation effects. We can see as the right side of this folio. Finally, we can see a lifelike stadium scene, running police officers, and also the moving vehicles. We developed this VR training system, using a CS framework, and it primarily runs in a local area network environment. Also, we adopted a 4-layer structures. With these 4-layer structures, it helps to rationally separate the different parts of the system and reduce the coupling between them. Next, let's take a quick look at the characters we built. So for now, so we have built 7 different characters. So they are emergency response commander, radiological assessment team, so fire bridge, so and so on. So these characters include commanders, so governmental officials, so regulatory agencies, emergency responders, and so emergency medical service, and specialists in radiation measurement and assessment. Once we have successfully created the room, so in this system, multi-players can put on these VR goggles, so VR glasses, and join the room together. Each player so can choose one character to practice with and play that character. Characters cannot be selected repeatedly, and unselected characters will become NPC and automatically perform tasks during the exercise. And also at the same time, so we designed different equipment for each characters that they can use in the exercise, including the vehicles, radiation detectors, and personal protection equipment. So players can drive from the driver's seat. So players can also use detectors to monitor radiation levels. And personal protection equipment, such as APD, so will sound an alarm if the radiation level exceeds the limit. So we'll try to provide players with as much interaction as possible during the exercise. So here is the final effect of the VR system. So we believe as a system delivers a very immersive experience for players. So we can say so that firefighters are using water candles to suppress contamination. So in this screen, yeah. And players are selecting the correct equipment so to take ways. Responders are rushing to the accident scene, so after finishing with personal protection. And the VR system allows trainers or players to realistically experience the accident scene environment through VR goggles and train them to select the correct equipment and perform relevant response tasks at right time and place. So in conclusion, so we have successfully developed a VR-based training system. So this system allows us to gradually improve the emergency response process for RTT events and improve our emergency response capabilities. And I also believe that the combination of VR or AI technologies will definitely drive an innovative revolution so in emergency response. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Ms. Hesna Bantan, who is a doctoral student in the Phoenix Leader Education Program at Hiroshima University in Japan. And she is going to speak to us about enhancing radiological emergency response through smartphone-based radiochromic film dosimetry. Thank you.
Thank you for your introduction. And assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Sabah al khair and good morning everyone. And because I came from Japan, so ohayo gozaimasu. So first of all, of course, in our life and as a first responders, we need something simple, quick and fast, rapid solution. So it's not only relating to technology or something. So today and here, as I present my presentation for the first time in my home country, Saudi Arabia, and representing myself and Japan in Hiroshima University, I will start talking about how we can enhancing radiological emergency response through smartphone-based radiochromic film dosimetry. So everyone these days carrying mobile phone, of course, and as a first responder, the mobile phone will be available with everyone. So in a nuclear emergency, a quick check for radiation is very important because it's essential to decide if medical care is needed or not. And as you know that in Japan for the Great East earthquake in 2011 after Fukushima, so there is disaster can happen with earthquake, tsunami, and sometimes there is no electricity, there is no access to laboratory, so we need like a rapid solution. So good emergency plans should be simple, universal, and low cost. In an emergency situation, regular devices may not be available, so therefore portable, easy-to-use devices and inexpensive tools is necessary. Okay, so in our study, to develop a smartphone integrated dosimetry system, we used radiochromic film. I believe that maybe some of you will know radiographic film. So it will be used in radiotherapy for dose distribution and measure the dose distribution and checking the accuracy of the dose delivered by the patient. In our study, we will use this radiochromic film, which is undergo color change upon exposure to radiation. So if you can see that if we expose the film to radiation, it will be darkening by the dose. So as a graphchromic film, we have 3 different types, and EPT3 is the old version of the film. If we expose the active layer, which is sandwiched between 2 polyester layers, it can change the color. EPTXD is the second type, which is a modifying version of EPT3 with reducing the thickness of the active layer inside it. EPT4 is the refined version of EPT3 with reducing the signal-to-noise ratio. So after exposing this, we will notice by our naked eyes that there is a changing in the color. So to evaluate the feasibility and performance of this system in emergency and resource limit setting, we used in our study 4 smartphone models. So now currently, most of us will use like Android or iOS. So in our study, we tested 4 mobile phones. One of them is Samsung A23, and the second one is Galaxy Note 8. We used iPhone XS Max, and we used iPhone 13 Pro Max. This mobile phone combined with Pictoscanner, which is a small box, lightweight, low cost, we use it as a transmission mode to light through the films. So the films can be cut and shaped to small pieces. After we cut it and expose it to radiation, we can insert it inside this Pictoscanner and take photo by the mobile phone. After that, it's not just about we can see the difference in color by our eyes. We need to do quantification for dose assessment. So we will need to measure the optical density immediately post-exposure with a smartphone. So we used two types of software. One of them MSJ, which it can help us to analyze RGB color, red and green and blue color. And we used one of the mobile application. It's called Watercolor. And this can be used without internet access offline, so it will be helpful in like emergency situation. And we analyzed the CMYK color, which is cyan and magenta and yellow and black color. As a result, so after exposing our samples, as you can see, this is the 3 types of films after exposing to radiation, and you can notice the change in color. So the difference only that EPT3 film and EPT4, it has a dynamic range to receive dose from 0.2 until 20 gray, while EPTXD, it has higher dynamic range, which is from 0.2 gray to 40 gray. So it is easy. So if the first responder cut this film and carry it in his pocket, so he will know that he exposed to radiation, if the color will change. After that, he can take the photo and analyze the data. So this is the analyzing data for EPT4 film, because we have like short time, so I will just present the result of EBT4 film and EBT-XD. And here you can see, at the top figures, you can see only the RGB colors, dose response curve, while on the bottom graphs, you can see the CMYK color channels as a dose response curve. But if you focus more, you can notice that iPhone XS Max and iPhone 13 Pro is the best, especially with the sensitive color channels, which is the red color, and it's almost linear. So that means iPhones works very well to detect the radiation and taking the exact correct measurement. Even if you find like with CMY color, so if there is no access to internet, you can measure the CMY color intensity, and you can find that the cyan color, it's act and perform the same as the red color channels. Also, the result for EBT-XD film, it has the same, and we can notice that iPhones, it's working perfectly and like similarly as previous results. So you can notice that the red channel, it's effective, most effective to the radiation, better than the Android mobile phones. Okay, and to compare these results, we made a comparison between only the cyan colors, especially with EBT4 film with the for mobile phone, and it's also showing that the iPhones can show us the best dose response curve, which is linear. So we can compare and say that iPhones is working better with GAF-chromic films. So all smartphones successfully detected dose-dependent color change in radiochromic film. Red color intensity measured using iPhone cameras exhibited the highest linearity. Cyan colors intensity was considered universally useful to measure a high dose, more than 5 gray. Of course, our study has some limitations, so we only test like for smartphones, but result maybe will vary with other models. The camera setting and sensor features greatly affected the image quality. So in our study, we made like taking photo for raw images, so without any setting to the camera. So this work focused on short-term and lab-controlled condition, but we need to test it in real world. And long-term stability and software processing effects remain unclear. We plan as a future work, we want to expand our testing to more devices and real emergency scenarios. We want to standardize image protocol and develop open sources and other analysis tools. And we want to do benchmark against prices dosimetry equipment, validate performance under diverse environmental conditions such as humidity, rain, or other state. Okay, and now currently me and my colleague Suhail Agabukli in our lab in Hiroshima University, we start to develop a new application that can be working offline without access to internet, which can be helpful for first responders. And just by taking the photo, they can do calibration and compare the result, and they can know exactly how much dose they will receive at the same time. So in conclusion, smartphone-based radiochromic film dosimetry system is a portable and rapid solution dosimetry for nuclear radiological emergency. This tool is simple, portable, and low cost, enables immediate analysis in the field condition, accessible even in resource-limited setting. So overall, smartphone-based radiochromic film is a feasible and effective. So I would like to thank my colleagues for providing me by their mobile phone, and of course, it's the time to thank my supervisor, Hiroshi Yasuda, the Professor Hiroshi Yasuda, and my colleague in the department. Thank you, everyone, and please, if you have any comments, just share with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our final speaker in this session is Dr. Olivier Isnard from France. Dr. Olivier is the Deputy Executive Director for Emergency Preparedness and Response at ASNR, and today he's going to talk to us about ASNR's general approach and recent advances in technical scenario data dissemination related to environmental and health aspects of exercises. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Good morning, everyone. It's almost coffee time, so just hang on some few minutes more and we're good to go. So I would like to talk today, I mean, the presentation for this morning is all about training, exercise, and how to put the players, people, and especially those who are doing measurement on the ground during exercises in a realistic environment. So put them and providing them all the data they need the most seamlessly possible. So having scenario people stay behind the scene and providing the necessary element through the players for them to train as if it was for real. And so the summary of the presentation for this morning would be, I would give you a few context elements and then to go through how we're doing it, how we're providing data during exercises and drills, and provide you some perspective. So the context first, who we are. So we are a complete new agency. So be kind, we are a safety agency, but we are only 1 year old. We are the French Nuclear Safety and Radio Protection Agency. And in doing so, we are about 2,000 people doing safety, radio protection, research, but also emergency preparedness and response. The authority is a little bit more than 2,000 people. And on these 2,000 people, 500 of them are emergency responders. So they are not 500, full responders, full times. They do have daily jobs. Some of them are full-time responders, and some take times to be part of the response systems. And they can be either in our emergency center next to Paris, where they will be doing all the analysis to look at the accident and the possible consequences and health issues, or they could be on the ground providing assistance to the local decision makers and the local community and providing resources to do measurement on the ground for the environment, but also providing capability to measure intern contamination and evaluate realistic dose and exposure of the people. So those means will be sent out at the local area where the accident is happening. They can be also shipped overseas through the RANET mechanism if needed. And these people on the ground, all the measurement they will be doing, they are centralized in 2 web applications that the French responders have access to so that they could look at real-time data of what is happening on the ground. So there's sort of the French version of the EMIS system, so to say, for those who are more familiar with what the systems is. In terms of being ready, I'm not going to say that to that community. We need to train and we need to be prepared. So ASNR in the French systems, we are conducting about 30 exercises a year with the organization at different levels. So we have a little bit more than 10 exercises a year with the operator only, where we can do, crazy scenarios that the decision makers don't want to hear about. But we can train all procedures and see how we are fit in the duty. National exercise, about 10 to 12 a year, so that's the local decision makers, the local community, the operator, the national levels, 200 people a day for 1 or 2 days, 10 times a year to train on all nuclear facilities. Some major exercises every 3 to 4 years, so a large one with the government level implicated. And some international exercise too. So we had the chance this in 25 to participate to the cobalt magnet in the US, where we set up our emergency center, but also the Convex 3 exercise in Romania, where we set up our center for the 2 days, trying to understand what was happening, but also providing through RANET an assistance for medical assistance, and also providing resources to do measurements and help the Romanian teams doing measurements. So all in all, 30 exercise a year. But for that, when you prepare the technical scenario, you need to provide those data properly to the players. And so for that, we have developed some platforms, because we can't have tens of people providing you the data just next to the guy doing the measurements. So we have automated that. And the idea we have at IASNA is that for each software that we have in our emergency response mechanism, we try to prepare a simulation of it. So we have a simulation of every software we have in order to be able to simulate the input and the output of that in the mechanism. So the idea here is to present you how we do simulate the different measurements that people will get on the ground during a real situation. So we have a platform called Cubics, where this one is doing, dispersion and dose. So that's the everything that is doing is doing atmospheric dispersion, calculate dose. But that's the response system. So we have developed a version which is the exercise one, where this one is here to provide you the simulation of measurements. So he's incorporating the behavior of measurement devices to simulate the measurements. And the capability actually is that we can do real weather and whatever the systems you have, and we will providing you real-time the measurements directly to the player, okay, in order for them to be as realistic as possible. So what is the need, and what is the French, or which is probably everywhere the same, with what are the needs in terms of data and measurement during an exercise? So we do have remote monitoring environment. So we do have about 1,000 stations over France doing dose rate real time. This one needs to be simulated depending on the scale of your exercise, usually locally, but it could be at a larger scale. You do have also, people running around swinging meters to do measurements. Those also needs to be feeded with data. And you have also more advanced capability, so that you can drive or fly to do measurements, and those need also to have data. The different mobile laboratory, which are taking care of the samples to measure it, they need also those data for the sampling. And because we do have capability to measure the internal contamination of responders or the public, we also need to provide data that what happens to those people. So all of these are the people that are asking for data during an exercise. And so we need to find a way to provide that to them. So how do we do it? The first thing is that we incorporated all the procedures that the measurement people are doing in the simulation, and also we try to reverse engineer the different meters they're using, the different devices they're using. So to give you two examples, if you're using a meter that is giving you shock per second in the environment, we're going to simulate this shock per second. We are not giving you the easy way, giving you, Becquerel per square meter or square inch, depending on which side of the Atlantic you are. But so we try to give you the exact measurement that your device is supposed to be giving to you. And we also incorporated the sensitivity of your devices. So two devices giving you shock per seconds, but with a different sensitivity at the same place, at the same time will be giving different values, which is the realistic one. And the second example we can use is the airborne survey. I mean, when you fly, the measurement is done at the altitude of the flight, and then they had to translate that to the contamination on the ground. So they're crushing some numbers to get the value on the ground. We will be giving them the value at the altitude, so we are not simplifying their work, giving them the contamination on the ground. So to provide them with a realistic value that they will get in the reality. So that's what the system is all about. And so the Cubics platform is able to simulate on all that, real time, even with real weather. And so how the magic is happening. So on this graphic, the Cubics exercise platform on top is crushing all the numbers, doing all the simulation for different devices and different capabilities on the grid. And we put a web services in front of everyone so that the different automatic systems, such as the network, okay, the different dose rate network, they do have their own application. They just looked at the web services, asked for the value, and they mixed that with the real background value. So they're doing the measurements, getting the background, and the web services is just providing them the net value of the scenario. So they get the realistic one. So if we found a hotspot during an exercise, that will be reflected, and they had to deal with it. And for the people swinging meters or driving or flying, we have developed an app that you can get on your phone or on a tablet. They just geolocalize themselves, and when they do the measurements, the web app is able to understand where they are, at what time they are, which device they are doing the measurements, and they're serving them the value from the scenario real time about what they should be doing, should be seeing if the scenario was for real. So that's the mechanism for those people. For the lab monitoring, we also want to put that as realistic as possible. So if you need, 20 minutes to prepare your samples, 25 minutes to measure it, the answer will not come in 1 minute. You have to wait for have your results. So the idea is for emergency responders, but also for decision makers, they need to understand that doing measurements take times. So I'm not giving them the value easily. They will get the value the way they would have it for real. And if it takes time, in France, we are a small country, but with a lot of nuclear facilities. And some of them, get plutonium on that and can release alpha emitters. Measuring alpha emitters in the environment is a pain in the ass. So you need to do measurements, and it takes time. So these simulations provide you the realistic environment, how long it could take to get your measurements. So in short, for every measurement done in the environment, either automatically through an automated network, or for people swinging meters or people driving, flying to get the measurements, they connect it to a web app with their phones or tablets or application, and they get the realistic value with the added background. They are realistically measuring during the exercise to get the value, and it's up to them with their own procedures to move up the chains to report the value they have measured. For the lab, we still have to get around them to understand how the sample has been made and what type of measurement they're going to do to provide them with the value. And for the people and responders or people from the public, member of the public contaminated, we give them simulated value on the fly. And in terms of conclusions and some perspective, doing for the last 20 years about 30 exercises a year at different scales, we're increasing the number of exercises. We added recently CBRN situations for the centers. So we have a number of exercises. We tend to have many other devices and capability to do measurements. And so we would like to have, and most of them are automatic, and report real time the value. So we try to develop all systems to be able to keep the pace with everything and not to consume too much resources with umpires, controllers, or data controllers just back next to the guy doing the measurements. So in doing so, they are able to go right, go left. They do whatever they want in terms of strategy to do the measurements. The scenario people are not doing any intervention. They let them play. They just feed the data behind the curtain. And some recent progress we made was about airborne survey to make it more realistic, but also internal contamination of the people. In the next coming month, we're going also to develop through our Mobilix application on the app on the phones, the operational dosimeter of first responders. So to incorporate that in a scenario so that if the people are crossing the plume, they will get toasted from the scenario. And they would get the value, and they had to adapt their behavior, getting maybe back because they had too much radiation, so on. So we want to incorporate that to have people to look at their dosimetry even during an exercise. We want to improve the airborne, and especially we want to address drones' capability. We're good to go for NPP case, but for transportation accident, where you don't get a contamination on the large area, but more, source stuff patterns, we are not that good in the simulation, so we want to improve that so that we can simulate the drone behavior and the measurement provided by the drone in real time. Individual internal contamination, we want to be able to simulate with the different position of responders during the day when they come after a mission to be controlled, to give them a realistic view of their internal contamination and dose through the simulation so that everything, the environment, but also the people will be simulated. And we try to put that as automatic as possible. So thank you for your attention. And I would like to thank Samuel Thomas, who prepared the presentation that you have seen today. I'm just delivering it. He did all the heavy lifting. He was not able to come today, so I'm doing that for him, and thanks for the presentation. Thank you.
How long for questions? Thank you. And I would like to thank all our presenters for 5 very interesting presentations on how technological developments are supporting the training and protection of our first responders. It's really key to a lot of the work that we need to do in EPR. And now I would like to open the floor. We have about 10 minutes for questions. We were a little late starting, so we can perhaps run over. So we have got people with microphones, and if when you stand up, you can just say who you are and who you're representing. I'll start with Abel at the front. I saw your hand first. And if you could direct your question to which presenter it is, that just helps us manage the response. Thank you.
Thank you, Abel Gonzalez. Thank you for the presentations. They were so good, really, that trigger different questions. On the very interesting, on the phones, the feeling that I have is that the sensitivity is still too low, because with 5 sieverts, 5 grays and more, people will be dead of acute radiation syndrome. What is the perspective to increase the sensitivity? I imagine that you have to work on the telephone, and perhaps Samsung and Apple would not like that. But there were attempts to put micro Geiger-Müllers or things like that in the telephone. That would be my suggestion. I have also an interesting example of the Chinese Institute. I would suggest to include there one issue that we referred yesterday, the lack of radiopathology to have a radiopathology is absolutely essential to have the triage. And we have to identify specifically the profession of radiopathology because other people will not do it. And this is in a general absence in all the plans. I can see it. I mean, and there are very few radiopathologists in the world, I can tell you. Very few. And they are very much needed. A general question, Madam, to all, is that I found that nobody has referred to one problem that I mentioned, is the following. Many countries, not all, but many countries, have legally undertakings with the ILO, with the International Labour Organization, with the ILO Convention. The ILO Convention was written at the time when emergencies were not in the picture. Therefore, it's not tailored to emergencies. Now, if you are using responders without following the ILO Convention, you are violating the law. And this creates a real problem. An example was in Fukushima. I mean, there were volunteers, there were people who did not comply with the rules of ILO Convention. And this is something to be solved. I believe that somebody have to request ILO to correct this convention or to have an interpretation of the convention tailored to emergency response. Because otherwise, we may have legal problems in responding. And I tell you, in Japan, there were these legal problems. Thank you to all.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? There's a gentleman just on the aisle there, please. Thank you.
Thank you all for the amazing presentation and the efforts that you put in that research. I'm Zaid Tahir, DRR expert and EPR also expert. I have a question for Hasna. Since you make the application, do you have the database of the quality of each device, sensitivity of the camera, so you can just make the adjustment or do the self-calibration for each device? For example, as you mentioned, the quality in the Samsung is different from the iPhone, and also you used different range of devices. One of them is a very low-cost device, and the other one is the flagship of the same company. So obviously the sensitivity and the quality. Also you have to have a restriction inside the application which camera to use, because in the same device now you have 3-4 cameras. So I don't know if you do that, and what's the database that you used for the sensitivity of each camera, so you can do the analysis regarding to that, so the calibration will be regarding to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much for your question. Is my clear? Yeah. So regarding the base, the technical information about the camera. So my colleague is working on that, and actually we want exactly to recently, because it's now new and we just developed this application, we just got the data for our mobile phones. That's what we have in the lab, and we are working to find other information about it. But currently we try to do something. It's about turning off all the adjustment and the camera sensor setting. So we use the raw image only, without any modification, without any light exposure modification or anything. And we want to confirm this by using the application also. So if we use the camera from the application, it will be like a special characteristic will be used only. So we want to use this thing. Actually, we are working on that, and once we will try to use other mobile phones, we will focus on other technical information. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. We have time for one more question if anybody has something they would like to ask. Gentleman at the second row here, please. Thank you.
Actually, I have a question for the author from the USA. I think the VR technology is really important during our emergency response scenario and the access. My question is, you just show an example of how to do the access in the laboratory, do some monitor equipment. Actually, my question is, do you have some experience how to use this technology in your country in the national or local level access? That means the real access like this. And what's your lessons learned from the application of the VR technology in your country? Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you for your questions.
No. I want the experience from the USA.
Ah, USA, okay. It's yours.
So, just to understand, you are asking what the next steps would be in terms of the operational that we have built into us? So I'm not sure I quite captured the question there. Just have them rephrase that.
Okay, sorry. My question is, do you have some experience use the, just mentioned, use the VR technology used in the access, the real access in your country? You just give an example how to do the VR technology used in the lab. Give some equipment to the model like this.
So how does the equipment work in terms of transferring the information for the exercise in terms of movements? So it uses a motion capture technology. So the way the room is set up, there's multiple sensors put in. And each individual wears not only a headset, but sensors on their wrists, on their ankles. And there's the different tools that you have calculated the properties. So for example, we have our PRD. Every source, we had a health physicist design the activity for the source based on its activity, what it is, and the attenuation coefficients that if we put a lead wall in based on the depth, the size of it, etc. So it would be as realistic as possible. That being said, there are limitations when you're moving through multiple rooms and things. It may not capture exactly all the attenuation coefficients, but it gives you the accumulated dose. So when that first responder is actually not only looking at it, you can see what they've received at the end of the activity based on how they performed. So if they did it effectively and quickly, they get to actually visually observe, based on the real calculations, what the total accumulated dose was from that operation. I'm not sure if that answered your question, but it's basically sensors that capture every movement from each device has its own transmitter in it. So if I have a PRD, it transmits it and it recognizes that as a PRD and it picks up those properties. If I have a firearm, it actually does that and it functions like a firearm. If I have a taser or any other tool, it senses that's the taser and it functions. If I have a radio. So did that answer your question?
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. So finally, I would like to thank Mr. Herman Zarati for his great help in setting up this session, and of course to all our presenters who've done a brilliant job. And thank you to all of you for coming along and for your questions. Sorry we didn't have much time at the end, but I'm sure our presenters will be around over coffee if you want to speak to them further about their subjects. And if we can give one final round of applause for our presenters, thank you.
Thank you.
So quick question, how does
Thank you.
yours work? Do you use goggles or?
international context marked by uncertainty, nuclear safety is not just a technical mission.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, session will start in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, session will start in 5 minutes.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for joining us at this event on Convex 3. My name is Nadeem Hussain, and I recently joined IAEA's Incident and Emergency Center as a response system coordinator. We will begin this session with opening remarks by Dr. Rayad Arfat, Secretary of the State, Head of the Department for Emergency Situations, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Romania. Dr. Arfat is specialist in anesthesia, critical care, and disaster medicine. He is the founder of Romania's mobile emergency services. Since 2007, he has led national structures for emergency and disaster management. With extensive experience in coordinating emergency services, he has also delivered and organized numerous trainings in emergency medical care and crisis management. So let's welcome Dr. Arfat for his opening remarks.
Your Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, first of all, I want to say that I'm honored to be amongst you today, and thank you for the invitation to be here, and thank you for the invitation to be able to share the CONVEX exercise conclusions in Romania in this important event. I think that we all realize that the challenges of today are very different than those of yesterday, and that nuclear emergency challenges are becoming more serious because of different geopolitical issues, as well as the development of the field and the need to spread the nuclear energy use worldwide, which is something we cannot contest if we want really to improve our future as humanity. So from this point of view, I think that the CONVEX exercise was one of the most important exercises we are doing, or we did recently, because it didn't only test local issues. It was more of a strategic exercise, looking at how we work together internationally, on how we look at these issues internationally, and how we can face emergencies together. In Romania, the exercise was embedded into a larger exercise. And just to say the story, I was at the IAEA in Vienna, and they were talking together with our colleagues in Romania about the CONVEX exercise. And I was saying, wait, we have our own exercise in Romania, which is the major earthquake exercise. And then the idea came, well, why not have a crisis in crisis exercise and combine the two? And this is what we did. And I think that the conclusions we could draw from this exercise are tremendous and are very important for all of us, on how we work together, on how we respond, and especially on what gaps we have. And the main target of our exercise was to see where we can improve things. We always say, an exercise which was completely successful is an exercise which discovers the gaps and the vulnerabilities. It's not an exercise where at the end we just clap and say everything was excellent. So we will talk more about this exercise also this afternoon at 2 o'clock. I'm going to present a 15-minute film on how the whole exercise worked. But now we are going to have the side event where our colleagues will concentrate on the CONVEX side of the exercise and what conclusions came out. And again, I think that the work with IAEA is becoming more and more important. We have a long-lasting cooperation between Romania and the IAEA, which I'm sure that it will develop even stronger and further. But also we are open for further cooperation with all countries that wish this thing, because we can all learn from each other. And I'm sure that our cooperation with Saudi Arabia in the future will become stronger and much more evident in this field. So again, thank you for coming to this meeting, and I want to thank everyone again for participating in the convex exercise, which was a real international participation and international cooperation. And I'm sure that we will have an excellent session about this exercise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Arafat, for your insightful and thought-provoking speech. Definitely, we've drawn some lessons and areas for improvement from this convex theory, and which we will be discussing in this session. Now, I would like to invite all the panelists for this event to join me on the stage. Before starting the session, I would like to introduce each of the speakers, starting with my colleague, Stacey Harvers. She is currently serving as Emergency Response Officer in the IAEA's Incident and Emergency Response Center. Since her joining in IAEA in 2020, she has managed international nuclear and logical emergency exercises and facilitated trainings on EPR arrangements. Before joining IAEA, Stacey spent 7 years at the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, NRC, serving primarily as the resident inspector at Beaver Valley Power Station. Next to her is Dr. Patrick Min. He is seasoned nuclear engineer with over 20 years of experience in emergency preparedness and response. Beginning his career as a nuclear operator, he later served as Romania's regulatory authority, leading national EPR framework, major exercises, and international coordination with IAEA and with EU partners. His work continues to advance nuclear safety and effective emergency response. He led the planning and conduct of this Convex 3 exercise and on behalf of the host country. Next to him is the Bogdan Vamanu, who is the scientific researcher at National Institute of Physics and Nuclear Engineering. He is specialized in health and environmental impact of nuclear activities, social nuclear risks, and vulnerability assessment. He has solid experience in atmospheric dispersion modeling and development of integrated decision support system. And at the last, we have Dr. Cosmin Dragos. He is consultant in internal medicine and geriatrics at Bucharest University Emergency Hospital, with broad background in medical engineering, geopolitics, and security studies. He has contributed to COVID-19 emergency care, advanced international collaboration, and strengthened disaster and CBRN response. He extensively published and active in national and international scientific projects. He played an active role in leading medical emergency management in Convex 3. Now, just imagine, it's 1 a.m. in the morning, in midnight, and your emergency response center is already running for last like 20 hours, but you are still not aware what actually happened and what are the radioactive release in the environment. But your neighbors, international community, media is asking so many questions to you. So in next about, I would say 70 minutes, we will show why the convex theory matters for exactly that moment. So when you do not have sufficient information, when you not sure that what to say and what the lessons we have learned from this exercise, so we are going to share in next 60 to 70 minutes. So, can you please pull up the presentation? So we will briefly recall what the Convex 3 is during this session, and how this Convex 3 2025 in Romania pushed international system to its limits, and then share the main findings and recommendations from the national and international evaluation. We will also ask you to have the Slido. We have few questions for you just to have your views about the international exercises and your experience in this national exercise. So on the Slido, for the Slido, you can scan this barcode, or you can go to the any of the browser and search the Convex 3 in the Slido. So the first question is, how often does your organization conduct or participate in a full emergency response exercise? I will wait for a few seconds for the responses. So let's see how often you are conducting or participating these large-scale exercises, I would say, because we know many organizations, countries conduct the small drills, local exercises, but we are mainly focusing on the large-scale exercises, just like the Convex 3 exercise. So we can see that most of the countries are conducting annually these large-scale exercises, but few are within these 2 to 3 hours. And we also have some countries which have never conducted these large-scale exercises. And having this in mind, let's start the short video that brings Convex 3 to life. And this video was prepared by Romanian colleagues.
In an international context marked by uncertainty, nuclear safety is not just a technical mission, it is a commitment to the future. In June 2025, Romania hosted Convex 3, the most complex international nuclear emergency response exercise, organized under the coordination of the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA. A total of 76 countries and 11 international organizations participated in a joint effort to test the global response capability. The exercise simulated a major nuclear accident with transboundary effects, involving Romanian authorities and international response teams. Romania coordinated complex monitoring, decision-making, and communication operations. At EPR, the Center for Information, Training and Response to Radiological and Nuclear Incidents and Events, critical systems and procedures were tested in real time.
We came here with our helicopter and our vans and are going to help in assessing radiological situation.
Nuclear emergencies are very complex. We're working on multiple missions. We have 2 aerial missions today.
The exercise confirmed that resilience is not built alone, but through partnership. Romania demonstrated its ability to manage complex situations by collaborating with experts from Bulgaria, Canada, France, Lithuania, the Republic of Moldova, USA, Sweden, and the IAEA. It was a real test to our commitment to national, regional, and global security. Convex 3 was an exercise, but the preparedness is real, and protecting nuclear infrastructure ultimately means protecting each and every one of us.
So now let's explore why this Convex 3 is the cornerstone for international collaboration. I would say this is the almost the only exercise at the international level in which many of the countries, member states, participates, collaborates, test their national, international, or regional emergency preparedness and response mechanism. So I would like to request Stacy to tell us about how IAEA is looking after about all these CONVEX exercises and what are its scopes and how this CONVEX 3 this year went. So Stacy, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much, Nadeem. So I would also like to start with a Slido question. So if you could please tell me in one word what you think the main goal of a global nuclear emergency exercise should be. In conducting our global nuclear emergency exercise, CONVEX 3, before I go ahead and tell you what our goal is, I'm just curious to hear from your perspectives what you think this goal should be. Going to wait a minute to give everyone a chance to respond. All right, the biggest word I see, preparedness. I see safety, readiness, collaboration, trust. All right, some of these you will certainly see pop up throughout our presentation. So let me go ahead and let's take a closer look at what is CONVEX 3. After the Chernobyl accident in 1986, the international community put in place two essential frameworks: the Convention on Early Notification and the Convention on Assistance. Their purpose is straightforward: to ensure states alert one another quickly through the IAEA when an event may have transboundary implications, and to ensure countries can request and receive assistance when an emergency exceeds their national capabilities. To test whether these arrangements actually work in practice, the IAEA conducts international emergency exercises known as convention exercises, or CONVEX. For more than 20 years, CONVEX exercises have become the main opportunity for countries to test their procedures for responding to a major nuclear or radiological emergency, whether at home or abroad, in the international arena. In other words, CONVEX is how we verify that the systems created in 1986 remain operational, interoperable, and fit for purpose in today's world. These convention exercises are organized at 3 levels. CONVEX 1 exercises are short, simple communication channel tests. CONVEX 2s are small to medium effort exercises. And CONVEX 3, the focus of today's session, is the largest and most demanding level, a full-scale international exercise that simulates a severe nuclear emergency with transboundary consequences. CONVEX 3 exercises are held every 3 to 5 years, each time built around a national exercise, hosted by a different member state. Over the years, you can see on the right side, these exercises have been run in France, Romania, Mexico, Morocco, Hungary, and the United Arab Emirates. Each edition builds on the last, growing in complexity, scope, and realism. Every CONVEX 3 includes at least one unique challenge or emerging issue, whether it's technological, operational, or organizational, to push participating countries beyond familiar territory and to ensure the system continues to evolve. The purpose of CONVEX 3 is simple: let states and international organizations test their response during a realistic, severe nuclear emergency scenario. Test and evaluate how well the international arrangements, including direct bilateral contacts, work under pressure, and identify strengths and weaknesses that smaller scale exercises simply cannot identify. Together, these ensure that when a real emergency occurs, the international community can act quickly, coherently, and collectively. So Convex 3 2025, this year's, hosted by Romania, marked a milestone in international nuclear emergency preparedness, both in scale and complexity. The exercise was built around a realistic scenario involving a severe nuclear accident at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, triggered by a combination of a major earthquake, technical failures, and a targeted cyber attack. This scenario was carefully designed to test not only the technical response, but also the integration of nuclear safety and security. The exercise unfolded over 36 hours of continuous real-time play from the 24th through 25th of June, requiring participants to maintain operations throughout the day and night, simulating the sustained demands in a real emergency. 76 countries and 11 international organizations represented every region of the world and covered a broad spectrum of technical, regulatory, and operational expertise. Convex 3 2025 had 3 key features that made it different from previous exercises that had been conducted. First, the exercise's strong regional focus meant the scenario had major cross-border impacts, requiring Romania, Bulgaria, and Moldova to coordinate protective actions and international assistance. This tested regional emergency systems, cross-border cooperation, and the activation of international resources through the IAEA. Second key feature was the integration of enhanced nuclear security components. The scenario included a targeted cyber attack on the national power grid and physical threats such as an intruder and a bomb threat at the nuclear facility, testing coordination between safety and security authorities nationally and internationally. Participants responded to complex multidimensional threats and assessed the effectiveness of joint safety security workflows under realistic emergency conditions. Another hallmark of the Convex 3 2025 was the use of an integrated method for planning, conducting, and evaluating the exercise. The Callian Response Ready platform served as the backbone for exercise management, enabling real-time coordination among controllers, evaluators, and players across all participating countries and organizations. The platform supported the development of a harmonized master event list, the distribution of exercise injects, and the collection of structured evaluation data. Innovation extended to public information and crisis communication with the use of this platform, which incorporated a secure, web-based social media simulator for crisis communication, allowing public information officers to publish press releases, respond to media queries, and manage social media in real time. With 652 users, 222 press releases, and over 1,600 social media posts, participants tested timely coordinated messaging and rumor management in a realistic high-pressure environment. As in previous exercises, this year's exercise featured a real-time 36-hour simulation, requiring participants to maintain operations through shift changes and overnight periods. This tested the sustainability of staffing models and the effectiveness of shift handover procedures, which are critical elements for any real-world emergency. The exercise leveraged multiple platforms and tools to facilitate seamless information exchange, situational awareness, and coordinated decision-making. The IAEA's Unified System for Information Exchange in Incidents and Emergencies, or USI, served as the official channel for information exchange. During the exercise, 247 messages were published on USI, including status reports, requests for information, and offers and requests for assistance. The platform's high volume of traffic provided a realistic test of participants' ability to triage, prioritize, and respond to critical information under pressure. IRMIS, the International Radiation Monitoring Information System, was used for sharing radiation monitoring data. National and international teams uploaded their measurement results. IRMIS enabled the integration of data from multiple sources, supporting assessment and prognosis activities, and informing protective action decisions. Convex 3 also included 2 types of sample measurement exercises. Laboratories from 49 member states in the IAEA participated in gamma spectrum analysis and physical sample analysis, testing the ability to rapidly analyze environmental samples and report results according to national and international protocols. These exercises provided valuable feedback on laboratory performance, data reporting, and the integration of measurement results into the broader emergency response. All of these new and recurring features incorporated into the exercise underscore the comprehensive, multifaceted nature of Convex 3, reflecting its role as a benchmark for global nuclear emergency preparedness. Convex 3 2025 demonstrated international collaboration at its best. The exercise brought together a diverse array of national and international actors, each contributing unique expertise and resources to a harmonized collective effort. A central pillar of this collaboration was the deployment of a Joint Assistance Team, or JAT, under the IAEA's Response and Assistance Network. This team, composed of experts from Bulgaria, Canada, France, Lithuania, Moldova, Sweden, and the United States. They conducted radiation monitoring surveys in the field using carborne, aerial, and handheld techniques across affected regions. The team worked side by side with Romanian responders, integrating into the national command structure and reporting their findings through the IRMIS platform. Beyond field operations, Convex 3 2025 also showcased the critical role of international organizations in interagency coordination. The World Health Organization provided guidance on public health and medical response, while the Food and Agricultural Organization addressed food safety and agricultural countermeasures. The Nuclear Energy Agency, NEA, coordinated the survey of governmental decisions and recommendations on protective actions. Interpol contributed expertise on nuclear security and law enforcement, and the World Meteorological Organization supplied essential meteorological data and plume modeling to inform the protective action decisions. This international collaboration ensured not only rapid information sharing and technical support for the affected state, but also supported harmonized protective actions and public messaging across borders. The exercise demonstrated that in a complex nuclear emergency, no single nation or organization can respond alone. Success depends on the ability to coordinate, communicate, and act together, leveraging the strengths of the entire international community. Convex 3 2025 provided a blueprint for such collaboration, reinforcing the principle that international solidarity is the cornerstone of effective nuclear emergency response. Now, I would like to hand it over to Mr. Petre Min to discuss aspects of the exercise coming from the Romanian perspective as the host and the accident state of the Convex 3 exercise.
Thank you very much, Stacy. Great. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends, it is my pleasure and honor in the same time to stand in front of you and share with you our work and our results, a collaborative work between Romania, IAEA, member states, and international organizations. Convex 3 is not only an IAEA exercise, it is a global test of our collective readiness, coordination, and strategic resilience. But before to start my presentation, I would like to thank you for this opportunity, to IAEA and to the host for this great organization and for this great decision conducting this important EPR conference here in Riyadh. And for us, at least for us from Romania, it is a great opportunity to have this weather since in Romania winter is coming. Thank you very much once again for this. Why Convex 3 matters for Romania? Because it was a unique chance to showcase leadership and to test the national systems within a global framework. We hosted this exercise after many years. Probably some of you remember that the first convexity exercise in 2005 was conducted by Romania. Our role was not only participating, but also having this great responsibility in coordinating and providing transparency. First of all, let me to provide you an overview about the context and the regional relevance when IAA decided to choose Romania to conduct this convexity in 2025. Today's world is interconnected. A severe nuclear accident in one country can have cross-border effects. Romania is sitting in a strategic position in the Black Sea region with several neighboring countries, and this exercise is relevant for us and also for them, but not just for us in that region, for the entire world. Such exercises build trust and interoperability into the region, but also to the global level. Also, it is important to mention our role in this convexity, where we, from the beginning, we decided, because we conducted 2 years before, in 2023, we conducted a full-scale exercise, and the main important objective was to test the new infrastructure, the new nuclear response plan that we developed in important capacity building projects. For this exercise, we obviously all of us knows what means convexity, and the most important objectives are related to test arrangements under the established conventions regarding notification and assistance. But we took into account different kind of objectives, main objectives or secondary objectives, having in our goal the value of testing public protection, communication, medical cooperation, and obviously radiological monitoring as a part of the protection strategy. In terms of national readiness, I would like to highlight our focus was strengthening operational procedure, training institutions, and aligning our data flow in our coordination, established in our coordination mechanism. Stages included extensive planning, procedures reviews, technical workshops, and interinstitutional coordination. The main goal was a coherent national system ready to integrate external support and very quickly. Obviously, this exercise hosted in Romania was the most important dimension, preparing and coordinating, as I mentioned, with IAA member states and international organizations. And I would say that beyond our internal preparation, the most important was to coordinate all those actions, preparatory actions for what means conducting such large exercise convexity. And I remember what Dr. Arafat mentioned, an exercise with a very complex scenario, crisis in crisis. To see the dimension of preparation and the work performed and the work that we still have to implement for this, organizing this convexity exercise, the first moment, December 2023, IAA decided that Romania will host, and the first meeting was in January 2024, where basically we established important elements for the scenario of this convexity. It was mentioned before why we should not have such kind of complex scenarios. The first task group meeting, because most of you are familiar with IAEA guideline conducting exercises. Between these task group meetings, we organized a lot of national meetings with our stakeholders, but also consultancy meetings. Why? Because we decided for this exercise to test a coordination mechanism, Romania, Bulgaria, and Moldova, and we have to align all those kind of meetings. We still have to work on it. In this month, in December, between 15th and 16th, we will conduct the last task group meeting and important activity, analyzing the results of this exercise, and next year we are waiting the report. A quick overview about the exercise and few words about the scenario. The scenario started with an issue at the nuclear power plant in Chernavoda, but the story for this scenario started 3 days ago, where in Romania a large earthquake was happened, and Romania authorities started the response for earthquake situation. In the morning of June 24th, we started Convex 3 exercise, providing injects for what means testing the objectives established from our hand, and also for the international purposes. Obviously, I have to mention important international cooperation. Giving to this exercise an international strategic dimension, it's from the technical point of view and also from the strategic point of view, basically building confidence and regional stability. The exercise tested not only procedures, but also how institutions across the country aligns messages, public protections, actions, and medical response. Stacy presented the new objectives that we added for Convex 3, and from the conducting point of view also we decided to have new entries. In the past, and you are recognizing the way how Convex 3 are conducted, the host is providing injects for IAEA, and the actions of IAEA are transforming injects for the member states. For this exercise, from our premises, we provided the opportunity to the member states to have their injects based on their objectives. We prepared injects for member states, and from our platform, from our premises, we had an important collaboration, and I can give you an example. For Saudi Arabia, we provided the appropriate inject to test an important scenario established in their nuclear emergency response plan. But this was not the last entry in conducting the exercise. Also, we create the opportunity join another important event conducted during that period in IAEA, public communication exercise, where the scenario and what we prepared for Convex 3 was appropriate for the tabletop exercise. Because we have to respond for this question, why Convex 3 matters. Also, we have another important question, why does radiological monitoring cooperation matters? And I would like you to answer for this slide of question, and also to invite Bogdan Vamanu to provide you answers for these questions, insights from this work for what means preparation and conducting Convex 3. Bogdan.
Thank you very much, Petre. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'd leave a few minutes for seeing the results of the poll.
On the screens, it's a different.
And yeah, I see that. Basically, It's what it matters. And I'd like to start by saying, in a nutshell, why international cooperation matters in monitoring. The thing is that a radiological emergency will definitely come with high uncertainties and time pressure. The second point is that the monitoring and measurements, field measurements, are the cornerstone of the informed decision-making, informed critical decision-making that can save lives. The third point is that, with some noticeable exceptions, no country is capable to deal with such issues by itself in lack of all the capabilities at once when they are required. And in a nutshell, this is why international cooperation is a cornerstone. It's fundamental. Nevertheless, monitoring is essential, but cooperation is not limited by goodwill. Everybody wants to do it, and everybody wants to help in case of need. It is, though, limited by a series of barriers from different dimensions, from the technical to operational, to different level of know-hows, legal and policies, or even cultural differences between the people that want to come in to help. To achieve multinational situational awareness, these gaps must be closed, but before the emergency and definitely not during the emergency. For us, CONVEX-3 provided the opportunity of doing exactly that. Cooperation and trying to close those gaps as good as possible. In both phases of the exercise, in terms of preparedness, even from the very beginning, Romanian teams, together with IAEA and the United States DOE and NSA counterparts with which Romania collaborated for over 3 years now in terms of aerial monitoring systems, established a technical group with the objectives of coming to a common ground to try to address these gaps in the preparation and the execution of the exercise. The result, establishment of common formats in the most particularly of communication, of data communication, ERMIS Excel file, a shared acquisition and processing and data processing infrastructure represented by the DOE and NSA's international version of AVID ecosystem and platform, and the shared communication and the decision support system represented by ERMIS of the IAEA. Then in execution, we all hoped that this preparation would enable joint mission with mixed Romanian and international personnel, unified command and control, and real-time or near real-time reporting in the required formats. This moved forward, and it was in line with our strategy. We wanted to, the basic principle for us was to try to provide an exciting environment to the players in terms of data received, information received, and to enable real-time decision-making process. But to also allow them to act according to what is in the procedure of the national procedures, to detect and to collaborate in all the assessment chain of monitoring, in fixed monitoring information, aerial systems, ground team, and finally decision layer to confirm protective actions, to enable them to do this in real time and near real time. Data sets have been developed beforehand for that, and the entire infrastructure was prepared during the preparation phase for this. But CONVEX-3 wasn't theoretical, it was practical. Now, when D-Day arrived, operations ran across 3 theaters simultaneously: Romanian-Moldovan border, Romanian-Bulgarian border, and most of them, the core of the operations, were in the advanced operation point in Fetești, near Cernavoda. 9 international monitoring teams were involved under RANET activation, unified control and shared communication protocols and formats. The important detail here is not only the number of the teams deployed, but the fact that in reality, and it actually happened, and it was fantastic, they planned and executed their missions jointly under shared protocols because everything was prepared and they were informed about these things. Let me illustrate now just very quickly because I'm aware of the time constraints. So basically, everything started at 8 o'clock with the aerial monitoring. Beforehand, Romanian and Bulgarian teams were sent to the borders to perform separate monitoring duties. For the operation in the advanced operational point started at 8 o'clock with the first Serpentine flight. Just one mention, very short mention, there are 2 flags there because they illustrate the collaboration between multinational teams. The first flag represents the tail flag of the aircraft, the second, the nationality of the measurement team there. And then followed by 4 simultaneous flights for the parallel lines. Long story short, between the first flight and the results obtained, analyzed, and decision made and put into practice, it didn't last more than 7 hours. Behind this speed is a key principle that we have prepared for and implemented. The data flow cannot depend on the weakest link. The OOP received multiple types of data, including mainly real-time telemetry, Hermes exports from devices that are able to provide these, and even voice reporting readings. Software specially developed in the preparedness phase allowed to overlap the simulations, the scenario data over the measurements done by the teams. This entailed a continuous situational awareness and faster confidence building in the AOP with the players responsible for decision. The key takeaway here is that data must flow continuously and in compatible formats for decision to be fast, and it actually happened. But data isn't enough. Decision authority must also be clear, and it has been implemented there and functioned pretty well. Convex-3 implemented 5 principles in respect to this. Single head of operation, international teams integrated in the advanced operational point, field teams report to field team reporting to national liaisons, liaisons reporting to the JET, and JET leader at JET links directly to the decision maker. This definitely, and it was proven there, ensured zero ambiguity in reporting and definitely zero bottlenecks to decision. Key factor. And here is the operational payoff of everything that we have prepared and actually executed by the player. A synoptic radiological picture combining fixed, air, and ground results. And this is where monitoring chain becomes actionable information, not just raw data. This simple picture. I would go very fast over the following slides to demonstrate the timeline and complementarity of each of the information received there and each of the data provided. Fixed network provided worldwide awareness from the StarTex, hourly since the time of release, and then every 6 hours, Romania and for stations in Romania and Bulgaria. Aerial missions produce contamination mapping with multiple sorties. What I would like to mention is what you see in the right-hand side are the actual flights, the results obtained from the actual flights. No simulation, no not so whatever, not so ever. On the left-hand side is the scenario, how we plan to look. Key factor. proven in the exercise. Real-time access to measurements enabled fast data processing and results. Results of the first flight were available in the operational point and were processed while the flight was ongoing. The information was passed to the decision makers before the helicopter landed, and all the other flights started already from there. So this is. Following, terrestrial teams validated and localized hotspots progressively throughout the day following this. The important part to stress out here is that progressive confidence building through multiple methods converging in the end on the final picture, which is definitely in this side. What I want to present is a visually proven of this lesson. Measurements from air and ground reinforce each other. When data sets converge, uncertainty drops and decision risk drops with it. And this is why cooperation structure matters operationally. It accelerates confidence. As final word on this part, let me just say that Convex 3 moved from the script on the left-hand side, something that the players were absolutely unaware of, so the radiological situation we built, on which we built this, to measurements, to validated results across borders, agencies, and monitoring systems. The real lessons, in our opinion, of the exercise is simple. Effective multinational radiological cooperation is not an act of goodwill, and not only an act of goodwill, it is engineered. When communication is standardized, trust becomes automatic, and once trust exists, cooperation becomes performance, even under pressure. With these words, thank you, and now I would have a question for my colleague here. Okay, but why is important international cooperation? Why does medical response cooperation matter? I hope I was clear in respect to monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Thank you for having me here. My name is Cosmin Dugan. I'm an internal medicine consultant at the Bucharest University Emergency Hospital. So I will present some of our findings from the medical perspective during this exercise. Sorry. So why the medical cooperation and collaboration is important? Good. Assistance for specialized treatment. Well, you're going to find it in our presentation, all these answers. So let me tell you something about my hospital. Bucharest University Hospital is the largest emergency hospital in the south of Romania. It is located 160 kilometers from Cernavoda NPP and 90 kilometers from Doicești, the future site of the SMR. In November 2022, Bueh, our hospital, was designated a reference hospital for the civilian population in the case of a nuclear and/or radiological accident. Capacity building for us meant participating in courses such as IMED, organized by the REACT in March 2023 in Bucharest with the support of the Department of Energy at the request of the National Regulatory Authority, participating in the national exercise Valahia 2023, organized by the National Regulatory Authority. We organized with the university from the Republic of Moldova in Chișinău a NATO SPS, and also tabletop exercises with the WHO Romania and Euro-Atlantic Center for Resilience experts, and of course a lot of other activities. So, The hospital participation in this exercise pursued the following objective. First of all, the validation of our medical capabilities in this context, cooperation with national stakeholders, and international cooperation for specialized treatment that we're not able to provide yet. The medical scenario considered the following category of patients. We have 20 patients, outdoor patients, clinically stable, mainly with panic attack, mental health disorders, or symptoms mimicking acute radiation syndrome, but due to known or acute common illnesses. One clinically stable, traumatized, low-dose radiation exposure, and a critical patient, polytraumatized, externally and internally radioactive contaminated, and severe irradiated. So I will show you next. There are photos from the exercise from different stages of the management of the critical patient, from the air ambulance, the first decontamination made on the hospital heliport, the clinical stabilization, admission in the intensive care unit, from where he was transported in the next day to La Pitié-Salpêtrière, Paris, for specialized treatment using the REMPAN collaboration system of the WHO. So, what were the challenges that we identified? First of all, the lack of a uniform national clinical practice guidelines. Although there are national regulations, recommended international clinical guidelines norm, standards for application in the civil and military CBRN field, there is still the need for a transposition into a coherent clinical guideline assumed by the Romanian Ministry of Health. And in this context, let me say that I was impressed by the fact yesterday I saw that the Saudi Public Health Authority has recently published 2 guidelines on this topic for medical response and medical management during radiation emergency. Another challenge that we identify was the streamlining the procedure regarding the medical data management. We have taken into consideration the identification of the patient, patient consent, GDPR, since we've been in the United European Union, medical recordings, diagnosis codes, also a separate activity consisting of managing communication with the patient family, ensuring the right to visit in the ICU, management of the personal belongings of the patient, and other legal issues. One of the most important things that we observed and challenged us is that the post-event analysis identified through questionnaires and semi-structured interviews that the fear of malpractice was much more persistent and intense among the medical team members than the fear of radioactive contamination. This is also identified as the main cause responsible for the team not achieving that state of flow, that full immersion and engagement, even through probably more than 98% of the medical procedure that they performed during that day were common to the emergency team. Also, another challenge that we identify is that during the exercise, there were 2 independent medical circuits in the emergency room and in the ICU for the contaminated patient and for the non-contaminated patient. And we have been helped by the experience during the COVID pandemic when we had 3 circuits. Although the exercise was announced in the press, social media, there are multiple on-site signs. The patient were informed verbally at the arrival at the ER. There was a genuine psychological reaction of surprise and concern from the majority of the uncontaminated patient upon learning the news that a radiological exercise was taking place in the hospital. This type of spontaneous negative reaction associated with the presence of massive influx of uncontaminated patients in the ER in the real radiological exercise may be responsible for the decreased access to medical services for uncontaminated patients and possibly avoidable excess mortality and costs. The answer is the ability to communicate via multiple channels constantly in a creative and personalized manner in real time with both patient and national authorities involved. Of course, the last challenge was the management of radioactive waste of biological origin, including cadavers, internal regulation, cooperation with national stakeholders, communication with the family of the patient or of the deceased, respect for the religious customs and family issues and other legal issues. So these challenges, we consider that the most important thing that we learn is that we have to communicate between us and at national, international level to build trust and also to cooperate. And I would like to ask now Mr. Petre Min why public information cooperation matters. So be kind to give us your answers.
Thank you very much, Cosmin. What happened with the presentation? Yeah, I'm in position. Due to time constraints, I have to be very quick, providing you the last part of our presentation, insights from the public communication, and also on a very large overview about the results of the exercise, results from the national level. I would like to emphasize this second question from the Slido, because it's more important to discuss and to establish an important thing. When we are speaking about public communication and information, we are speaking about strategies, public communication strategies. And for us, it is important to tell you that the greater risk is not radiation, it is misinformation. As we can see in your response, it is important to inform and to transmit a key message. We know the situation and we are under control. Very brief about our public communication strategy, and I mentioned the key for us. Also, I would like to mention an important coordination mechanism, and we are using the single voice principle and it's like a backbone for our national coordination, where we have one voice, one message, and shared responsibilities. Just a quick overview about our lessons learned coming from the exercise. It is important to emphasize that it was taken as a critical component, and one of the strongest messages emerging from the Convex 3 is that technical response cannot be separated from the public communication. Communication is not an accessory, it's part of the emergency response. Trust, clarity, and credibility must be established in minutes, not in hours. The integration of the spokespersons, templates, joint validation protocols, and pre-organized communication structured providentials. We identified also different kind of challenges and other lessons learned, and I will brief you about this evaluation process that we conducted for the national level. But I would like to let you know our national report will be integrated in the Convex 3 report as an annex, and even if I will provide you a very quick overview, you will have the chance to see the entire process. We identified a lot of challenges. We mentioned them in the previous slides, but also we structured them for a better understanding. Challenges from the organizational point of view, identified most of them during the preparedness phase, and just to emphasize some of them regarding the scenario. late scenario confirm created pressure on planning, and we identified how we can address them, and that's why we'd like to share with you this, because we found important to transform these challenges and share with you into opportunities for growth and resilience in any crisis communication. Other challenges: briefings, coordination across institutions, logistics, limited logistics, and also resources. How quickly the resources are depleted. During the conducting the exercise, also we faced many challenges. Integration of the issues, time sensitives, resource management, data compatibility, and agency coordination. Having feedback from the players, having feedback from many participants, also international observers, we understood how we could address. That's why we would like to share with you how we can address such kind of challenges. And the most important, collaboration is key of the success. Let me, in the next 2 minutes, to finish this part with a very quick overview about the evaluation process. Providing you this picture, I would like to send to you the image of what means evaluation process, which is starting from the first moment when we are establishing objectives and different kind of decisions in terms of designation of the evaluators, establishing the methodology, establishing the framework with criteria and questionnaires, gathering the feedback, and also to train the evaluators for what means the entire process. During the exercise, for this exercise, we used a dedicated platform to collect the feedback online during the exercise, but also after the exercise. Now we finished this kind of activities, collecting, assessing, drafting, and as I mentioned, in the next weeks we'll have the last technical meeting discussing about the results, and obviously next year to have the report. But the whole work is not finishing here. Based on the results and the report, we have to develop an action plan and to implement a new cycle. Just very quick about our results implementing this process that I provided to you. The questionnaires were developed in such a way based on the criteria evaluators to provide us an important feedback. We collected 107 supported observations. The role of supported observations is basically to provide the qualificatives for the criteria established for objectives. And we identified 67 key findings, identifying areas for improvements. And for each key finding, we established a recommendation. But more than that, support observations also provided us an opportunity to identify good practices, and we have six good practices, mainly are related to the areas that we emphasized: radiological monitoring, medical response, and public communication. Lessons learned, we thought that it's important to have let's say, a strategic approach and to collect them and categorize them in 3 important areas: from the operational point of view, from the strategic point of view, and cultural. Next steps for us, for Romania, I listed here because we already started at the national level discussion. We will start to update our national strategy. We will institutionalize cooperation and assistance. We will prepare our activities to be part of what means Convex 3 and international arrangements, and also we will develop a national training program and exercises taking into account these lessons learned, and we will start a new capacity building cycle. As the last message from our side, Convex 3 matters because it prepares for us the crisis we hope never to face, but must always be ready to manage. It enhances resilience, improves interoperability, and reinforces communication unity among nations. Romania remains committed to advancing this shared agenda and supporting member states in strengthening their EPR capabilities. Thank you. In the next, I would like to ask Nadim to present the international evaluation feedback.
I hope I was enough. No, thank you very much. Thank you, Petre, for national feedback. In the last part, we will see about how the exercise was evaluated at international level and what was the feedback from the players from all over the world. To evaluate the exercise at international level, we have established 7 common exercise objectives. So these all exercise objectives which we have established, these include the response management, information exchange at international level, assessment and prognosis process, and the protective action harmonization, and also the deployment and requesting international assistance, and the public information communication. So we also tested the interface of safety and security in case of a nuclear or logical emergencies. So there were 2 objectives for international organizations. These were coordination among the international organizations. You know, there are like many international organizations which have the role in nuclear and logical emergencies. So these 2 last objectives were for these international organizations. So how we at IEA evaluated this exercise, we asked the participating countries to nominate an chief evaluator, and then this chief evaluator was responsible to develop a team, and this team then submitted their evaluation through a platform called Response Ready. So based on this feedback, we identified few strengths, and as well as we identified some challenges which we need to, taken into account while preparing for the future emergencies. So first of all, among the significant strength, we have noted that all of the emergency centers, national warning points were activated timely, and there was no delay in this case, and we have received the feedback from responder that the responder demonstrated their role effectively, and also majority of the organizations maintain effective internal communication during early response phase. The exercise also highlighted the value of robust multi-channel information exchange, especially while using the platforms like UZ, and which enabled timely, accurate sharing of critical data, and while integrating the simulated social media and public information tools allowed for transparent, coordinated messaging to the public and stakeholders. And international coordination among participating agencies was another area of excellence, and successful deployment of RUNET international assistance missions and the integration of international support mechanism. And we also noted that cross-border collaboration, particularly with neighboring states, was well executed, and the harmonization of protective action across jurisdiction was generally consistent. And if I move to the areas for improvement we identified. We have identified that extended operation exposed staffing shortfalls, especially during the night shifts. And also, countries provided the feedback that they face some issues while making the shift handovers. There were also some inconsistencies in the process and roles, which were also, hampered the continuity of the exercise. There was limited integration of security measures into emergency response and with the procedures for handling security sensitive information. And it was not always, many of the exercises do not consider this aspect during the exercise. So we noticed that this aspect of testing safety security interface should be exercised more frequently. Public health messaging, while generally timely, sometimes lacked consistency across agencies and countries. And the use of social media varied widely in effectiveness and coverage. So, and we also noted that the CONVEX 3 gave us some strategic impact. The CONVEX 3 exercise, just going back and forth. The CONVEX 3 exercise also gave us result that the strategic impact of this exercise extends well beyond the operational and technical improvements observed during the exercise. At its core, CONVEX 3 reinforced the foundation of global trust and cooperation. As you know, there were like more than 76 member states participated, 11 international organizations. So this exercise helped to build in global trust and cooperation among these all organizations. And one of the most significant strategic outcome is the enhancement of global readiness. As it is many times it is mentioned, and we know that the nuclear accident and radioactive releases do not, respect borders. So this exercise provides the opportunity of readiness by all countries. So the lesson learned will also influence the policy development and planning both at national and international levels. And CONVEX 3 also played a pivotal role in shaping international dialogues and emergency preparedness. So why CONVEX 3 matters for you if you are thinking that, so from this exercise, you can learn that this not only help to test the arrangement at international level, it is also a catalyst that you can help building your own national capabilities. You can learn from the experience of other countries, your neighbors. You can learn the messages, or message communication, transmitting your data through these platforms which IEA established, easily. But if you consider, just as I mentioned in my initial remarks, that this is the only exercise at the global levels which helps the member states to coordinate with each other, because we have learned in the emergencies, especially the large-scale exercise emergencies, as in Fukushima and Chernobyl, that having the harmonized protective actions is a key for us, and communicating with each other is also another key aspect which we have to consider during all these exercises. So these are few international feedback lessons we have learned from the feedback which we received from the players. So if you want to consider participate in these exercises, I would request to contact IEC. And also for those countries who are already participating, I would also request to consider these large-scale exercises. And the most importantly, if you are considering to host such kind of large-scale exercises and you want to, learn what was the national experience, you can contact the Romania about this. So with this, I will stop here. And we have a few Slido questions, but I will not go for these Slido questions. I will use these few minutes to have questions from the house. If you have questions, you are most welcome. And I'm joining on the stage with my colleagues. So you can raise your hand so I can take the questions. So please, one.
Thank you, Nadeem, and congratulations on another successful Convex 3. During a transboundary release, potential or real, senior policymakers in national governments will often ask the question, what is the IAEA saying? And that's different from the structured information in the UZ system. And during Fukushima, I think the DG had to give briefings to embassies and things like that. So is that sort of interaction integrated into the convex exercises, and do you consider that?
So this is really an important question. Can I answer? Yeah. So you are right. From the Fukushima, we learned this lesson regarding sharing of information through IAEA. So one of the action for IAEA was to develop a system for performing assessment and prognosis of the emergency situation based on the information IAEA is receiving from the accident state. So now we have embedded another tool in our system. Based on this information, we prepare a summary report and we post it on the UZ. But I agree with you that there are sometimes IAEAs behind the accident state that we have to rely on the accident state for an authenticated and verified information. So IAEA always go back to the accident states. We verify the information and then we can share it. So there is a challenge with us. We have to figure it out that how to minimize this time frame for sharing information, verified and authenticated information with the member states. So we are still working on this, but we cannot be faster than the accident state, but because we have to rely on the accident state to share information with us. So thank you. Yes, ladies first.
Thank you, panel, for the wonderful presentation. My name is Sitara Noor. I'm from Pakistan originally, but currently based in the US as a postdoctoral fellow at Stanford University. My question to the panel is, or Mr. Nadeem, you can perhaps answer that in this Convex 3 exercise, there was perhaps first time the nuclear security component added in it. So could you please elaborate in that? Like, was it part of some scenario in which nuclear security incident was considered and response was managed to that? Or it was only limited to testing the nuclear safety and security interface? Thank you.
I would like to, Dr. Patrick, to answer this. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this question. I will enhance what Stacy mentioned during the presentation. We established new objectives for this Convex 3 exercise, taking into account to run into scenario injects for security response and also cyber security. Yes, in our scenario, we introduced dedicated injects for nuclear security and security response. This was happened at the local level, national level, and also providing through our actions injects for the international community, our neighbors, and also international organizations like Interpol.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Yes, please.
Hi, I am Armagan from Pakistan. My question is from Mr. Bogdan Vamano about the monitoring carried out during the exercise. So you have showed us the actual flight paths and the results, which shows that actual releases have been conducted. So, but this is an exercise and there is no actual radioactive release. So how is this activities performed? Is there any testing compound which is released in the environment and then it is monitored, or how you have like got those results during the exercise?
Thank you for your question, and please let me know if I understood right. Yeah, actually what I have shown was the actual flight paths, but due to our collaboration with the US Department of Energy, the systems the monitoring systems were already incorporated with the acquisition software, and the real feedback of the measurement teams was the simulated one. So in real time, in the advanced operational point on screens, the radiological situation maps were updated with real data obtained there. But one of my slides was engulfing all the monitoring paths, okay? The advantage here, another major advantage was that enabling telemetry, those raw data from monitoring, CPSs, okay, counts per second, were processed, the data was processed immediately after the mission happened. So the final products were including those rates and what you were saying, but simulated those rates. Does this answer to your question?
Thank you, Bogdan. I will have the last question or comments from Dr. Abel. Can you please pass on the mic?
Yeah, thank you. It's more a comment than the question. During the presentations, we use very commonly the word cooperation, goodwill, etc. And that's very nice words. I mean, this is very much needed, of course. But perhaps we should never forget that in this area, we have legally binding obligations. Article 16 of the Nuclear Safety Convention provide legally binding obligations to us. This has been approved by our parliaments, and they are law in our countries. And something that we should not forget, that these legally binding obligations are not only for the countries who have a nuclear power plant, but to the other countries as well. They also have legally binding obligations. I mean, this, I will not to abandon the word cooperation. Cooperation is always nice, but we should not forget that. And in addition, we shouldn't forget that the agency has legally binding obligations that emanate from his statute. The statute of the agency clearly said that the agency shall to provide for the application of their standards at the request of one state. And the statute of the agency, please remember, is a treaty. Therefore, it's mandatory for the countries which are member states of the agency. For I wanted to clarify this, that in addition to cooperation, goodwill, and which everybody applaud, I mean, who can be against the goodwill and the cooperation? In addition to that, there are legally binding obligations to do all this. This was my reminding. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abel. Yes, you are right that there are legal obligations, and these exercises, especially international exercises, are conducted that this will work, and we are on the one page at the time of emergency. So before concluding this session, I would just like to mention that all these lessons learned, challenges, informations, this will be part of a comprehensive report which will be issued by IAEA in the early next year. So thank you very much for joining us. And let's give a big applause for this panelist. So thank you very much for sharing your thoughts again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, session will start in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, session will start in 5 minutes.
Distinguished guests,
الضيوف
dear
الكرام
colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome back from lunch. I hope you found it as delicious as I did. I would love to bring the food back with me to Norway. We are now on day 3. We are ready for another keynote and another round. Mr. Jean-Luc Lochamp. Jean-Luc graduated from the French Naval Academy in 1983. He is now a commissioner with the ASNR in France. He took up several positions in the French Navy and with ASN. Before becoming commissioner, he was the IRSN's executive director for emergency preparedness and response. And he is the chairman of HERCA, which is the Association of the Radiological Protection Authorities in Europe. So please, the stage is yours.
Well, thank you, Monica, for this kind introduction. And thanks to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for organizing such a nice conference. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to be with you this afternoon for this keynote speech. I know that it's the third day of the conference. It's also the afternoon, but I hope you're not too tired. So clearly, as a commissioner with the French regulatory body ASNR, I have a long experience in emergency preparedness and response. When I joined ASN last century, a long time ago, I was in charge of the EPR department. 8 years ago, I became executive director for EPR at IRSN, which was the French TSO. But since January 1st this year, ASN and IRSN have merged into the new ASNR. Today, more than 2,000 people work within ASNR on nuclear safety and radiation protection in France as regulators, experts, and also researchers. But my interest in emergency preparedness and response is older. Like the US gentleman who introduced a side event yesterday morning, I started my career as a naval officer and held different positions on nuclear submarines. On a submarine, you quickly learn that being prepared for emergency situations is vital because a single failure can have catastrophic consequences. In the nuclear field, emergency preparedness and response is equally crucial. It represents the last level of defense in depth. So, being prepared to manage an emergency situation is today more than ever a necessity. We are living challenging times. On the one hand, there is new momentum for nuclear energy, with many projects for new builds around the world to reach zero carbon emissions by the middle of the century. These new builds include large nuclear power plants, but also the very innovative field of small modular reactors and, in a more distant future, fusion energy. On the other hand, there are threats from possible terrorist attacks and from wars in areas where nuclear power plants are located. Artificial intelligence is also both a challenge and an opportunity. So in this context, I will focus my remarks on three main topics. First, it is a necessity to have a sound and robust emergency preparedness and response at different levels. Second, the necessity to earn the trust of those who would be involved in an emergency, including the public. And third, the necessity to be prepared to manage an emergency in an international context, because an accident somewhere is an accident everywhere, and an accident beyond your borders can still have consequences on you. So, firstly, about robust emergency preparedness and response. To establish an organization and planning is mandatory to comply with international standards. And as we are here in an IAEA conference, I want to emphasize the importance of the IAEA safety standards. Principle 9 of Safety Fundamentals number 1 states that arrangements must be made for emergency preparedness and response for nuclear and radiation incidents. GSR Part 1, GSR Part 7, which is specific to EPR, and the associated IAEA guides are essential references. Working in accordance with international standards is a mandatory step. The organization has to take into account all aspects of an emergency related to a nuclear facility, on-site and off-site. Planning has to be carried out at different levels by the operators, by the regulator, by the public authorities, and depending on the administrative organization of the country, whether federal or not. But in all cases, it is the responsibility of the government to prepare the framework for an effective response. In a nuclear emergency, it's not enough to have an organization on paper. The arrangements have to be tested periodically and, if possible, not only for the operator and the regulator, but also for other responders such as firefighters, medical staff, police, gendarmerie forces, and so on. To be sure that your organization is robust, you should also take advantage of peer reviews, such as those offered by IAEA and those offered for nuclear operators around the world, for example, by WANO. In this regard, IRS and EPR missions are highly relevant. An outside perspective is very useful. This organization should, where possible, involve stakeholders from civil society. First, this helps to build a culture of risk because people living in the vicinity of a nuclear installation need to know what to do in case of an emergency, when to shelter, when to evacuate, and it also builds trust when people see that they are involved in the preparation phase. It is important to trust those who will deliver the messages. It is also important to consider the feedback from incidents and accidents, such as the Fukushima Daiichi accident. Being understood is important, but it is equally crucial to be solid in the calculation used for assessment and prognosis. As technology is constantly improving, it is important to keep tools in emergency centers up to date. And the use of artificial intelligence will probably change the way we use data and may even revolutionize crisis management. My second point is about involving stakeholders, including the public. In an emergency, it is essential to have highly trained technical experts with strong skills. But decisions must also consider those who are impacted by them. Emergency preparedness and response is about all-hazard approach. The public needs to understand what it will be expected to do in case of an emergency, and it must trust people delivering the messages. And regarding that, as an example, I would like to mention the French CODIAPA, which is a specific program developed since 2005. At that time, as France was conducting many one-day emergency exercises, it was recognized that when the exercises stopped, at the end of the emergency phase, many questions remained unanswered regarding the post-accident phase. How to lift sheltering and evacuation, how to recreate good living conditions, how to restore the economy. These are multidisciplinary issues that cannot be addressed solely by nuclear or radiological accident experts. Therefore, it was decided at the level of the French Prime Minister to create a post-accidental committee under the leadership of ASN to try to address these issues. It was also recognized that it was not possible to solve them with a single comprehensive plan. CODIAPA is therefore composed of representatives of the civil societies, members of the public, of NGOs, elected officials, operators, administration, and the regulatory body. Specific documents and guides have been developed, and some elements of doctrine have also been incorporated into the French National Nuclear Emergency Plan. To give you some example of the work done there were guides on recommendation for food, recommendation for specific zoning, reduction of contamination and radioactive waste management, involvement of local actors and development of a radiation protection culture among the population. Also, how to involve citizens in the monitoring of the environment, and also a guide for healthcare professionals. And we also developed a dedicated website. And to give a concrete example of public involvement, CODIRPA is not only limited to meetings or working groups. We developed serious games, and we tested it frequently with the public. So I believe that this experience with CODIRPA is a good example on how to involve the public in preparing for the management of an emergency. It helps to build trust, and it also helps emergency management professionals to be more understandable and more closely connected to the reality. My third point is about being prepared in an international context. We all know that an accident anywhere in the world can have consequences beyond the country where the plant is located. Regarding that, I still remember the Fukushima Daiichi accident. It took place 10,000 kilometers from France, but we activated our 24/7 emergency center for more than 3 weeks. An accident in one place is therefore an international problem. Arrangements exist at the international level, such as the Convention on Early Notification and the Convention of Assistance, and they need to be used and implemented. And since the Fukushima accident, we also acknowledge that IAEA has made many improvements. However, in some relatively small regions, such as Europe, with a high density of nuclear power plants, and especially for France, which is a small country but with a lot of nuclear power plants close to borders, there is a specific issue. It is the harmonization of the countermeasures on each side of the border. Of course, we know that full harmonization is probably unachievable, but progress still has to be made. This is why the idea emerged to develop a specific approach to try to harmonize countermeasures as much as possible. The starting point was the fact that every regulatory body has the duty to advise public authorities on the countermeasures that need to be taken to protect the public. In Europe, we have 2 associations of regulatory bodies, one for nuclear safety, WNRA, and one for radiation protection, ERCA, and I have the honor of chairing ERCA. In 2014, the ERCA-WNRA approach was adopted on a voluntary basis with 2 parts. The first part is the ERCA-WNRA approach for better cross-border coordination of protected actions during the early phase of a nuclear accident. The basic idea is simple, it's just trust your neighbors. The regulatory body of the country where the plant is located is the most relevant to carry out assessment and prognosis. This also implies to have close relationships between regulators before and during an accident. If regulatory bodies agree among themselves, it may be possible to convince decision makers. The second part of the ERCA-WNRA approach is in case of a severe accident requiring rapid decisions on protective actions with very little where very little is known about the situation. And there, ERCA WNRA stated that evacuation should be prepared up to 5 kilometers around the nuclear power plant and sheltering and iodine ingestion up to 20 kilometers. And a general strategy should be defined to be able to extend evacuation up to 20 kilometers and sheltering and iodine ingestion up to 100 kilometers. And this part was very difficult to reach, to have a consensus on this. And so within ERCA, we have a dedicated working group, and we are still working on the practical implementation of this approach. Country fact sheets briefly describing the organization of each country have been developed and are very useful in case of an emergency. We also organized more recently a tabletop exercise with the Ukrainian regulator, even if Ukraine is not part of ERCA. But probably the most effective achievement is the creation of a network of emergency experts among the European regulatory. It's effective. It's the most important to have created this network. People know each other and trust has been built. And I still have in mind regarding that, one time there was a minor incident on a nuclear power plant in France close to a border with Luxembourg and Germany. And like all times, I pick up my phone to call the colleagues from Luxembourg and Germany. And I have memory that my German colleague told me, "Hi, Jean-Luc, it's nice to have you on phone because we are currently in a meeting with our Minister of Energy and we are on the way to trigger our national emergency organization." So it was good to have this close connection with a colleague. So let me conclude with 3 simple messages I would like you to take away from this keynote. First message, robust preparedness is non-negotiable. Emergency plan must be complete, exercised regularly, tested by peers, and kept technically up to date, including our tools for assessment and prognosis. Second message is trust is built before the crisis. So involving operators, responders, local authorities, health professionals and the public in preparedness, as we try to do it in France with CODIRPA, is essential if our recommendations are to be understood and followed when it matters. And my first message is that no country is alone in an emergency. Nuclear accidents do not stop at borders. International conventions, regional cooperation, bilateral cooperation, and networks such as ERCA are key to coordinated decisions and to mutual confidence in a crisis. And I'm convinced that if we continue to strengthen these 3 dimensions, preparedness, trust, and cooperation, we will be better equipped collectively to protect people and the environment should the unexpected occur. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Commissioner Lacham, for very enlightening words on community resiliency. And it brings us very smoothly into the next session, which is Roundtable 3, on the importance of regional and international exercises. To head up that session, we have Dr. Rad Arafat. He is the Secretary of State, the head of the Department for Emergency Situations at the Ministry of Internal Affairs in Romania. Now, Dr. Arafat is specialized in anesthesia and critical care. He has a European Master in Disaster Medicine. Mr. Arafat, or Dr. Arafat, is the founder of Mobile Emergency Service for Resuscitation and Extrication. It was established in 1990, and he's worked steadily through 2007 to now, coordinating the activity of many institutional structures through strategic programs for emergency situations. So amongst this would be healthcare systems for emergencies and disasters in the Ministry of Health. It would be the Department for Emergency Situation that coordinates the General Inspectorate for Emergency Situations. It's also the General Inspectorate for Aviation, Emergency Medical Services, and Mountain Rescue in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Dr. Arafat has a wide experience in operational coordination of emergency services. He's participated and organized numerous trainings and seminars in the field of EPR within medical care, control and coordination, and emergency management. And with that, I'd like to welcome Dr. Arafat to the stage to moderate this session.
Okay. I don't need this mic. Is it okay? Yeah, fine. I'll be speaking on the stage. Before I invite the panel, I'm going to run a video of 15 minutes and explain through it the whole exercise which took place in Romania in 2025 in June, which included also the CONVEX 3 exercise. And the idea is to show you the complexity of a full-scale field exercise that we ran in order to discover our vulnerabilities, our gaps, and our problems. So if we can start the film, please. As it was said, the Department for Emergency Situations is responsible to coordinate overall emergency services in Romania. And the head of the department is one of the 3 vice presidents to the National Committee of Emergency Situations, which is presided by the Prime Minister. So the exercise, it started on the 21st of June. Bucharest, surrounding area, plus 5 cities, an earthquake, 650 collapsed buildings, severe damage to critical infrastructure, 3 million people impacted. And here you can see the aftershocks and the secondary incidents, including the one which started the CONVEX 3. 4,057 personnel involved, 561 technical means involved in the exercise, including aerial technical means and so on. So the earthquake had started at, or took place at 7:41 in the morning. It was announced to our emergency services. We have standby orders. Our emergency services, especially the civil protection, do not wait for orders. They react immediately from the whole country. This is the first meeting of the National Committee with the Prime Minister, not an actor, the real Prime Minister participating. You've seen the contact to the European Civil Protection Mechanism, and this is the ExCon from where the exercise was run. So as I was saying, our fire services have pre-established orders. Whenever there is a major incident, they can start moving towards the incident from all the country. So we involved 16 counties out of the 40 in Romania, over 16 counties, plus Bucharest, with personnel mobilized towards Bucharest. This is how we got the 4,000 people, with real exercise running in the field for 5 days and 4 nights without interruption, with injects on different issues. And here you can see the search and rescue operations taking place between firefighters, paramedical personnel, and as you see, for example, the containers, the search and rescue container you've seen, each county owns 2 containers like this. So there are over 90 containers in the country. This is another site. This is training them on how to go down or doing one of the scenarios on going down or opening access from above. Using the dogs, of course. We use NGOs as well. You will see this by the end of the exercise. And we had several teams coming from other countries working with us. The scenarios for the exercise were all established before, but kept secret so the people playing won't know it. This is a chemical incident. And I would tell you, one of the things we did is that we declared dead a number of the rescue personnel because they did not respect certain rules. And they exposed themselves. So we just told them, okay, you're dead, you lie down, you're out of the exercise. But this is a lesson we identified, and we were looking at it afterwards, why it happened. You've seen also, again, the Prime Minister with us in the underground exercise. This is in one of the nights we ran an underground exercise with the scenario that during the earthquake, one of the underground trains derailed and had injured people. And this was run between 1 in the morning and 4 in the morning, for example. And you can see the triage areas, the work that is happening. And the idea is that all services are working together. And there is a single command on the area. These are the field medical entities that we use, different types, level 1, 2, 3. This is a different incident with a train accident simulated. And you can see this is again in the context of the earthquake. And this also happened on another night, and people had to be extracted from inside, and there were several injects coming during the exercise. Each medical case had a chart saying exactly what the case has, and they could talk with the simulator who could say what they are feeling. And there are case managers which follow the cases. And then we look also at the approach of the medical personnel, if they did it in the right way or not. So everything is being analyzed later. Then we had a biosecurity event injected during the earthquake. A clandestine biolab was impacted. The first thing we wanted to see if the firefighters will realize they have a bio incident and call the biohazard team, which happened. And here you can see the work between the biohazard team and the medical team, passing the patients to them and so on. So if we don't exercise this, no one should expect that our people from different entities will be able to work for the first time between each other. They need to exercise, they need to train. The Chief of Defense visit, very important, is the civil-military cooperation in our exercises and in our real life. This is a truck which has an intensive care unit in it. So we have capabilities that are only for disasters. The truck you have seen can take up to 12 intensive care beds. We used them during the pandemic. And the idea is to have these capabilities for disaster response. Using air evacuation, we used real air evacuation. This is a Ukrainian medical plane, which we used it to take patients to a county about 200 kilometers away from Bucharest to the university center. But we used the Air Force, as you will see now, and we moved patients, we dispersed them in the country. The centers that were receiving the patients didn't know except for 2 hours ahead that they are going to receive patients. They were not informed. They didn't know that they have an exercise or that they are involved in the exercise. And these airplanes were prepared. The patients were taken with their charts, and then they were delivered in different cities where the university centers had to deal with them. And again, there were observers looking at what is happening, and this was happening day and night. We did these transfers in different times of the exercise. Again, involving the medical personnel from the hospitals is very important. It's not sufficient to involve the medical personnel in the field, in the pre-hospital. We need to involve the whole system to understand what are the challenges and what are the expectations from them. So You can imagine the Air Force involvement is essential here. This is one of the EMTs, emergency medical teams as they are called. This is a field hospital, level 1, which we have 2 which were authorized by the WHO for being deployed out in case of need. So they are now amongst the 60 EMT ones authorized by the WHO in the world. And this is the military level 2 hospital. We had 2 level 2 hospitals installed where patients were going in and were treated. It's no secret we had an issue at the beginning when we started the visit in one of the military hospitals. They didn't send the proper personnel, and we caught them very fast that they don't have the proper personnel. It was a Saturday, and they sent the residents, the young people, so they were not taking the proper decisions. 1 phone call and the proper personnel in 2 hours was there. So the exercise was taken very seriously. This is one of the bases of operations for our personnel. All the personnel brought from all around the country have to stay somewhere. They will not stay in 5-star hotels. They will stay in tents and bases of operations. We are installing the bases of operations during the exercise. The wish was that we do it before, and we refused this. We said, no, you will do it during the exercise. And during the exercise, we discovered some issues with the wash equipment, the showers, the toilets, and so on, and they had to be repaired during the exercise. So the idea is to discover if we are ready, not to have a showcase and just say bravo at the end. The exercise went on very well. Sheltering for displaced people who have no more houses and so on. And there were several areas that were identified as sheltering areas. There is a main sheltering area that we could use it, but we couldn't during this exercise because it was used for something else. During a disaster, we would have it open for us. Medical logistics are very important. This is another system we have. And you see them carrying medical equipment into a hospital. We have containers. Each container has 15 sets of equipment to transform normal beds in a hospital into an intensive care unit. So here they transformed a gastroenterology department beds into intensive care to increase the capacity of intensive care. We also emptied our national coordination center and moved it completely to a mobile center because we considered the building compromised. So we had a test during the exercise to evacuate, to go into the trucks and see if they can go further for this. And then the Convex 3 started as a continuity and in parallel with the exercise. So the rest of the operations were going on, the rescue and the medical issues, but this was an added crisis. So here we came into the scenario of crisis within a crisis. And the connection to the Nuclear Control Agency, to the CENECAN in Romania, is very important. Based on their decisions and on their information, we take the decisions in the large National Coordination Center. Decisions on intervention in the field, other than the ones related to the nuclear power stations, are not taken here. They are taken at the level of the National Center. But they have a person, they have a representative there, and it's very important that we get the info from them as fast as possible in order to take the proper decisions to evacuate or not evacuate. Decontamination, mass decontamination. Those 2 bags down there, the red bags, they are collectors for contaminated water. And one of the participants, he said, how many of these do you have? Well, we have so many. He said, it's not sufficient. You know that you cannot reuse them. You have to destroy them after they are full of contaminated water. So you need to have much more of this. And this is another issue we looked at in the future to increase the quantity of the disposable collectors. Again, the evacuation of the city, though, when something like this happens, we have to understand that many people will panic. If they don't listen to us, they will start auto-evacuating themselves. Then there is controlled evacuation, evacuation to help those who are disabled and cannot do their own evacuation. And then the evacuation of decontaminated but still exposed patients to the university centers and to the hospitals that can do the first treatment for them. Very important is the international support. So besides what was said today on the convex side event, the support from IAEA, from the RANET system, we work a lot with the European Civil Protection Mechanism, and we can mobilize a lot of field assets for response. So you can see Ukraine, Czech Republic, Moldova. We had teams, skeleton teams from France. We had from Germany, from Bulgaria, we had a field team. These are extremely important because we learn to work with other entities from the surrounding countries and from the level of the EU and beyond the EU. The international observers and the international staff had extremely important role in this because they gave us a lot of feedback. We had a very transparent way of working, nothing to hide, and then the feedback was really very, very good because we got a lot of lessons identified, not necessarily learned. Involving NGOs, we have agreements with large NGOs in our department, including psychologists, including the Red Cross and so on, rescue dogs, NGOs and so on, and they are involved with us. And we use them in real situations, and we've used them during the Ukrainian refugee crisis, during the earthquake in Turkey and so on. When we responded, we had NGO representatives with us. The makeup in the exercise, to make things as real as possible. There are makeup specialists which work behind the scenes so that you see the patients that you are going to treat really in the right way. And this is just part of those who participated. We had participants also from Saudi Arabia and from the Gulf area, but we had from many other countries coming either through the COMVEX and the IAEA or through the bilateral relations that we had for the first side of exercise. So to conclude, and before, yeah, we can stop it, please, thank you. So to conclude and to invite the panel on, just I want to say, this is the second time we run such an exercise. The first one, such a big exercise, was 2018. We learned a lot of things there. We avoided many of the things that we had there, but then I think this is the wrong one. I have a different panel, please. Yeah, it's a different panel. They are here, so the idea is that this exercise, we still discovered a lot of things to do and to repair in the future. So there will be a lot of work. Now this is right, so please join me. Thank you. Okay, before we start, I'm going to ask shortly everyone to present themselves, so please.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. I'm Ana Cristina Carrola. I am a member of the board of the Portuguese Environment Agency, EPA, but I'm responsible for several technical areas in the EPA. But I'm here mainly because I'm the current president of the forum, the Ibero-American Forum of Nuclear and Radiological Regulatory Authorities.
Thank you very much. Hani, please.
So my name is Hani Khidra. I am the chairman of Egyptian Nuclear and Radiological Regulatory Authority. I have appointed just 2 months ago. I served for the Egyptian Radiological Authority since 2012, and I have a lot of experience before that in Egyptian Atomic Energy Authority since 2006 in the field of nuclear safeguard and nuclear security. Thank you.
Christer, please.
So good afternoon, I'm Christer Viktorsson. I'm the Director General of the Federal Authority for Nuclear Regulation in the United Arab Emirates. I am radiation and nuclear physicist. has worked in many different constellations in the Swedish Regulatory Authority, in the Nuclear Energy Agency of the OECD, and in IAEA before I came to United Arab Emirates.
Thank you. Keith.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Keith Henderson. I'm the director of the Radiation Protection Bureau at Health Canada. At the Radiation Protection Bureau, amongst other lines of operation, we are responsible for leadership of Canada's Federal Nuclear Emergency Plan and provide the scientific and technical assessment to the whole of government response in the event of a nuclear radiological emergency.
Catherine.
Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Catherine Bakshi. I work in the Prime Minister's office in the UK central government. One of my key responsibilities is to head up the UK's Strategic National Exercising Programme, an all-hazards approach to major national exercises. I'm also in the process of developing a tool to track, share, implement all lessons identified in large exercises and live crisis responses. I've worked much of the previous decade in all hazards. Is that working? Yeah. In all hazards EPR, including a leadership role in the UK government response to COVID. Prior to that, I worked for about a decade in civil nuclear preparedness, specifically in special nuclear materials such as plutonium.
Thank you. So here's how we are going to proceed. We are going to debate, to discuss. It will not be just questions directed towards everyone. Everyone can intervene amongst the panel. At the end, I will leave about 15 minutes for questions, 15, 20 minutes from the audience. So my first question is, can we prevent through exercising? And what can we prevent through exercising? So,
okay.
Hani, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question. From our perspective, national and regional and international exercise are one of the strongest tools we have to prevent emergency before they occur. The different scenarios highlight us about the potential risk that give us the opportunity to strengthen our safety measures and regulation for prevent the incident before happening. Even when we take part in the large-scale exercise like CONVEX-3 or regional drills, we simulate everything from early detection and notification to verification and technical assessment. This simulation reveals gaps that normal routine work cannot show. For example, an exercise may discover a delay in reporting a communication weakness or a technical limitation in monitoring system. So identifying this weakness in an exercise rather than during a real emergency is already a form of prevention. In addition, exercise forces us to test our national procedures together with our neighbors countries. Emergencies don't respect borders, so understanding how information will flow regionally and how rapidly support can be requested or provided is essential for prevention. Also, another major prevention benefit is that exercise push all institutions, regulators, operators, first responders, and support agencies to review and update their plans regularly. Many of these updates would not happen without the insight gained from regional collaboration and international benchmarking. Finally, this exercise exposes us to global best practice. We learn how other countries maintain source control, manage transport, strengthen regulatory oversight, and build resilience in their early warning system. By applying this lesson locally, we reduce vulnerabilities and strengthen our overall safety culture. Finally, as we called in Egypt, the sweating in training avoids the blood in the real-life event. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone who wants to add anything on prevention? I would say something that, yes, we can prevent by identifying issues that need to be improved, but one of the most important things we can prevent during a live exercise is a future mismanagement of a real situation. We would, by working in the exercise and seeing how we are managing it, we are preventing a real issue if we are not able to manage a real situation. So challenging in the exercise is the best way, because in the exercise, it's good to make mistakes. We need to make mistakes, to discover them and to correct them. So we should prevent making the mistakes during the real situations, besides all the other issues that you mentioned. So what's your opinion about that? Yes, please.
So first of all, let me congratulate you, Dr. Arafat, for the successful convex tree. It's a very impressive exercise that you have done with all those field troops, and you have exercised so many aspects that are all of importance to us. So I'm sure the international community will learn a lot from this, which is, I think, the intention of exercises. Also, Jean-Luc's 3 principles, I think they are very, very important, that we have to have a robust EPR. Every country in the world, whether you have nuclear power or not, we need to be prepared to act. And we need to create trust among the public. And informing the public and getting them involved is very, very essential. And the importance of the international context, which was his 3rd recommendation, is I think, it's a must. And I believe that we all should work within the framework of the IEA to strengthen all the conventions and other work. So I am the DG of FANR, and FANR is regulating all these 3 S's, safety, security, and non-proliferation. It's an authority that was established in 2009. We are a licensing authorities, but we are also approving the on-site emergency arrangements of our licensee, the NAWA energy company, who is operating now 4 reactors. But in addition to this, we advise the National Emergency Organization, where we are an important part. It's led by the law enforcement, by the police of Abu Dhabi, and we cooperate together with many other organizations. You should also know that in our Emergency Operating Center, which is a state-of-the-art center in our headquarters, we have online transmission of data from all the 4 operating reactors. Different screens, big screens for each of the reactors. So we can follow all the time online the operational parameters, and in case of something happen, we can independently click the component or valves or heat exchanger that is concerned and see and make an independent assessment. We have also another tool which is very important for training. It's a simulator. It's a desktop simulator, but the computing power is the same as the Baraka simulators. And every modification that is made in the Baraka simulator is also made immediately in our simulator. These are very, very important instruments that we have to train and make sure that we have an effective organization. And for emergencies, we have trained teams at FANR, and immediately if something happened, we mobilize in certain teams, and these teams are led by an emergency section, which is a small section that is managing the rest of the staff in case of something happened. And we are then participating in the various centers, in the National Operating Center that you refer to. I will be there in the strategic part, and then we have technical experts also supporting in that case. We have people going to Baraka. We have people involved in the technical support organization, which is apart from Baraka, about 20, 30 kilometers from the power plants. As I said, the leadership of the off-site emergency planning is done by the police, which is then mobilizing the team. About a dozen different organizations are involved. And of course, emergency exercises are very, very essential. And we see them as a dynamic, multi-hazard challenges, where we see that external factors can play, and exactly what we saw in the video. We conduct small drills internally and with NAWA many times a year. We have a prescribed in regulation national drill, which is evaluated every 2 years, where every player participates. We do field exercises, training, evacuation, and all these logistical things that is needed to be trained. Then turning to Convex 3, we took part, as you could see, in the Romanian exercise, and learned a lot, as I said in the beginning, from the full-scale operations that you conducted. And this is an important dimension of international cooperation, that we can learn from each other in this way. So maybe this is the introduction from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will go towards a direct question towards our colleague from the UK, to Catherine. What do you think about this issue with preparedness, exercising, preventing? How do you look at it in the UK?
Thank you very much. I think there's no doubt that we are living in a more complex and more contested world, with risks from more sectors, more concurrent risks, longer lasting crises, and with the potential impacts of all of these magnified and accelerated by modern vectors such as AI, for example. The UK has taken a strategic and multi-hazard approach to preparedness. I'm not sure we can prevent through exercises, but I think we can significantly mitigate the very real risks. And one of the key ways to do that is to undertake strategic exercising that probes second and third order impacts and effects. So, for example, to give a concrete example, in the UK, we recently completed the largest peacetime exercise ever undertaken. It was a pandemic preparedness exercise. It ran over 3 months and involved well over 7,000 players across government, across local and regional responders, across agencies, across right down to civil nuclear power plants, for example. So the instigating incident was a health-based one, but we looked at all the ways in which that could impact much more widely. The design of the exercise was based on lessons we had identified in COVID, but this was not a rerun of COVID. This was a different health scenario, but we were actually testing, had we learnt those lessons? And if not, what do we need to do? And if we had learnt those lessons, what further gaps could we identify? So this was a pandemic-based scenario, but we were testing the processes, the systems, and the people in a much more generic response way. So in fact, any strategic risk we are exercising, we are incidentally also testing the whole system. And I think this is really important. As identified in the film to start off with, building trust and building relationships before a crisis is fundamental. It is not the time to be making friends in the middle of a chaotic and difficult situation. So we program our strategic exercising many years ahead based on a comprehensive strategic risk assessment so that we understand what are the most severe threats and how do we best test our response to those. Of course, these are not the only exercises going on in the UK. We have daily, weekly, monthly, much smaller exercises, tabletops, and more localized, running through of specific capabilities and specific scenarios. But this national strategic exercising approach means that we can really challenge ourselves, our seniors, our government ministers, for example, who play, to probe the tough areas and to ask the difficult questions. In order to do that, it has to be safe to fail. And I think it's really important that we touch on the culture that allows us to test these very difficult areas in which people might well be exposed, and that is reputationally uncomfortable. So it's vital that there is a reason to test the difficult areas, that there's improvements as a result, and that we are looking for responsibility rather than blame. So that kind of strategic overview, whilst not specific to civil nuclear incidents, informs everything we do in the UK in terms of planning our most probing and most significant exercising program.
So I would say that you are having an all-of-hazard approach to the exercises.
Yeah.
Okay. This is one of the things I wanted to underline, but before that, I will still go back. You said you are not convinced you can prevent through exercises. And I am convinced that you can prevent certain things. And the idea is the following. If you discover during the exercise a faulty procedure and you correct it, you may prevent. If you discover during the exercise, let's say that you don't know something very well, you took the wrong decisions, and you correct it for the future, you can prevent. But as well, we who deal with consequence management, because this is what I say about our emergency services, that we deal with consequence management, we can prevent a lot by involving the population in the exercises, by teaching them how to react, by talking about the situation, not hiding it. And this may prevent the manipulation and the fake news and the attempts of certain bodies to come and to put you in a very difficult condition during a major disaster and playing around with your population and with everyone. So I still think there is a prevention side for exercising if you are doing them at a certain level. Maybe if you are talking only about the top level, okay, you can work on improving procedures and so on, but on the lower level, I think we can do it.
I think at a strategic level, you can mitigate, but maybe not prevent, because what we are looking at are risks that are beyond the control. A pandemic, we can't prevent that. But I think you're right, a more operational and tactical level, a degree of prevention and a degree of escalation, I think, that can be prevented.
Yeah. But going to all-hazard approach, may I ask one of our panelists that didn't speak yet, what do you think of exercises that do not target only one hazard and they go to several issues that can challenge you at the same time, like the one that was in Romania, crisis in crisis? What do you think of this? I'd like Keith to say a few words about this.
Yeah, I think exercising multiple concurrent emergencies is incredibly valuable because in the real life world, the likelihood of a multiple emergency happening is quite likely. And having just gone through a pandemic, that was highly likely that there could have been another emergency concurrent with the pandemic, where the two responses may have fought against each other or split resources. So it's incredibly important in preparedness and exercising to work through sort of these ideas of multiple concurrent emergencies so that you can have a plan or an idea in mind about how will you divide what are often very limited resources to be able to respond to multiple emergencies? How are you going to deconflict mandates within your response agencies that may actually have a mandate in more than one lane? And it's better to identify those frictions in a planning and exercise concept as opposed to having to kind of build the airplane while you're flying during an emergency. So I think there's immense value to trying to look at an all-hazard approach, but exercise multiple concurrent emergencies. I don't think I would start where Romania started, where they're essentially testing every emergency known to man at the same time. The scope and scale of that was wildly impressive. But grabbing one or two and starting there and seeing, can you make it work? Where are the friction points? And then having possibly a structured exercise program where you add complications to it so that you can essentially use the sort of crawl, walk, run methodology.
Yeah, it was the idea to test something which in the reality may happen. And in an earthquake, you may face all these issues in the same time. You may have an underground train that derails. You may have an overground trail that derails. You may have several accidents. You may have a lab which the building collapses and it has bio issues. So this is what we try to inject to our personnel, especially the field personnel. Expect anything and everything. You don't know what happens. You cannot expect only trauma during an earthquake, as you cannot expect only just exposed personnel during a nuclear emergency, because there may be some collateral issues happening around and you need to be ready for that. So, yeah, please.
Just on top of that, and although it wasn't necessarily concurrent emergencies, we did have a presentation earlier in the week where protective action guidance was altered in the face of a pandemic.
Yeah.
Because essentially evacuating a whole bunch of people and corralling them into a tight space runs completely contrary to a pandemic response. And had some exercises been conducted in advance where we're looking at a major health event concurrent with a nuclear incident or accident, perhaps that would have been a time to rewrite or reconsider protective action guidance as opposed to doing it after a pandemic and then having to think ahead to a potential nuclear emergency. And the reason I bring it up is because in Canada, we did exactly the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
We altered our protective action guidance because of that, the detriment of bringing people together in an evacuation situation. So I think that's kind of a real-life example of looking at concurrent emergencies and trying to assess changes that need to be made in advance.
And adaptations. Because one of the things we observed in Romania when we used the trucks of intensive care, for example, during the pandemic, in the real life, doctors at the beginning were very reluctant to go into them. And some of them were telling us, no, we will not work in the back of a truck. We work only in the hospital. How do you want me to do intensive care in the back of a truck? And at the end, we passed over 1,500 patients, critical patients, in the mobile intensive care units because there was no space in the hospitals. So in my opinion, we need to learn to adapt. And maybe exercises are very good because we expose our personnel to adapt and to learn how to adapt during a situation that you cannot have the ideal conditions you have during your normal work and the normal condition. So do you think we are learning from exercises and from former disasters and so on?
Yes, of course. And I can share with you the experience of working cooperatively, collaboratively, and under the same common framework as the Ibero-American perspective on how the regional and international exercises can contribute to a stronger nuclear and radiological emergency preparedness and response. FORU has 25 years and has brought together the regulatory authorities of 11 countries to promote safety, cooperation, and harmonized approaches across our region. And although nuclear and radiologic emergencies are rare, let's hope so. They require systems that are regularly tested and that can function reliably under demanding conditions. Exercises are essential because they allow us to validate emergency plans, refine decision-making processes, and strengthen coordination between authorities at national and international levels. In the Ibero-American region, cooperation is not an abstract concept. It is a practical necessity. Many of our members states share borders and emergency responsibilities. As a good example, is a long-standing cooperation between Portugal and Spain, supported by bilateral protocols and regulate notification, information exchange, and joint emergency procedures for events with potential cross-border consequences. These arrangements are regularly tested in national and European exercises, and they help ensure consistency in protective actions and public communication on both sides of the border. Also, since 2019, Argentina and Uruguay have maintained bilateral agreement that provides for cooperation and information exchange, scientific and technical collaboration, and evaluation of capacities and response to radiological and nuclear emergencies. And similar cooperation mechanisms exist amongst all forum members, and they reflect a shared commitment to preparedness based on trust, transparency, and mutual support.
Thank you. So, my question on learning, in fact, we don't say any more lessons learned. We say lessons identified. We expect them to be learned when we implement the solutions for what we identified. And as I was talking to some of you yesterday, we have this thing which I kept on saying after the pandemic, the acute post-disaster amnesia syndrome. And this is a very realistic syndrome. It exists that after a disaster, at least certain level of people would forget the situation we passed through. How can we avoid this? How can we really keep politicians interested, keep institutions interested, and to think further to prevent and to make things better? So, yes, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't think it might be interesting to have a conversation. I'm not sure that any of us have fully nailed lessons learned. I think there is a good awareness of the need to identify lessons. My team are currently undertaking a really ambitious project to create a process, a system by which we identify, collate, share, and ultimately implement lessons that we have learned from exercises and from live responses. This is a work in progress and it is difficult. How we land that with seniors, I think, is a real challenge. It is, as I've said previously, it is difficult and potentially reputationally damaging to put seniors in a position where maybe they feel like they have been less than perfect. One aspect that we're undertaking in the UK, my team again are training all of our government ministers so that they understand roles and responsibilities in a crisis, which leaves them better able to undertake these roles when it is a live response or indeed in an exercise. And a really powerful tool to get them to understand the value of this is to point to parliamentary inquiries, national inquiries into things like handling of previous events. It's very uncomfortable to be exposed in that way. And to be able to say to our government ministers and our senior officials that to train you in a full understanding of what your role is in a crisis, and then to put you through an exercise that genuinely tests that and doesn't just make you look like you know what you're doing, but challenges you to perform under pressure. That is one of the most powerful ways for them to learn that particular lesson. But overall, for the system to learn the lessons, I think that's a huge challenge, and I'd be really interested to know how others have tried to crack that problem.
Thank you. Yes, please.
So we were talking about building trust. Building trust to the public, of course, is very, very essential. But it's also a question of building trust between the regulator and the licensees. We learn a lot from near misses. And I think this is one tool that we should probably enhance importance of, to try to identify near misses, because at the end, we want to prevent an accident. This is the common goal of the regulator and the operator. So this is essential, because the big accident, they happen very, very seldom. We can maintain procedures and processes, but how to maintain the skills? Because when the next nuclear accident happens, maybe in 20 years, there is completely different generation that is in charge. And all the data that we have collected and that we might know, who has been, for example, in the Chernobyl accident, we know what environmental contamination means, we know what vegetables or what plants are sensitive to radiation. But how do we transfer all this information to the next generation? This is, to me, a very, very important topic that we also need to learn. From the big accident, what we have learned, for example, is that from the last Convex that we had, or we hosted in UAE in 2021, which was during the COVID, so it was a double type of challenges. The most important thing was the incompatibility or interoperability, between various teams. So we had teams coming from UAE, we had teams coming from IEA, from France, from US, and they were flown in and helped us to track the contamination. And this helped us to register our ability to the RANET network. So I think we have to observe this very important convention on early notification and assistance. They are very useful tools for us in the emergency field. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that the lessons identified to become lessons learned, they need a complex mechanism. They need funding. They need political support. You may need to change legislation. You need to fund more training and so on. So it's a complex issue, but it is essential. Otherwise, the exercises are useless if we identify lessons and we don't transform them. Please.
Yeah. I would like also add the involvement of politicians through the exercise is very important, because as when politicians participate directly in exercise, they become familiar with complexity of the emergency system. They understand the timing of decisions, the legal responsibilities, the communication challenges, and the consequences of delay. This reduces hesitation during the real event. It also strengthens coordination between the government, the regulator, and the technical agencies. Also, the exercise with political engagement also help create a realistic environment, because in actual emergency, leaders will be under pressure to make the decision under certainty. Training them through exercise build the confidence, improve risk communication, and ensure that the entire system from technical level to the political level operates smoothly.
I'm going to give you an example. In 2018, we had our previous exercise, and it was also on a Saturday morning. And we convened the National Committee. And the Prime Minister then, she accepted to come and lead the meeting in the committee, like this time our acting Prime Minister came, who's in fact our Minister of Interior now. We didn't announce the exercise before. When she came to the meeting of the committee, she found out that the majority of the ministers were out of Bucharest. They couldn't come to the meeting. And there were a lot of decisions which were connected to a quorum of the committee. So certain decisions couldn't be taken legally because of the lack of the representatives. And this led us to change our legislation and to drop the level of certain decisions down to the technical level and to allow those who are dealing technically with the situation to take certain decisions which after that they can be validated by the committee. So this is an example where in an exercise we proved to the Prime Minister that this way it doesn't work. If you keep it this way, you risk that you will not be able to take decisions within this committee, you know. So I think that it's very important to work on this. But again, going to the coordination and management, and here I want to go to another example from Convex. I was talking to Petre about this. When Convex started, I went to the nuclear power station with some of the observers, and I was talking to one of the responsible people there, and my question was, should we evacuate? And he was saying, well, wait, let us see, we are possibly going to control it. I said, if you don't control it, when will you tell me? It will be maybe within 1 hour. And I said, and when you tell me, how much time do I have to evacuate? And he said, 1-2 hours. And of course, this is not feasible, which means that we should take the decision on the ground side that we will start evacuation because we have to take the worst case scenario into consideration. We cannot wait till we have 1 hour and then they will tell us now you can evacuate and you have 1 hour or 2 hours. It won't work. So I think that these are issues, discussing them in the exercise is much better than discussing them in real situation. And I want your comments about this. How do you see strengthening the connection between agencies? Keith, you were saying that you do this in Canada. What do you think of?
Yeah, so in terms of coordination, I'll draw an example from Canada. We had the pleasure of recently participating in Cobalt Magnet 25, which is led by our U.S. colleagues, which is a series of exercises, MPP exercises. And this year, the decision was taken to introduce a cross-border effect. So that drew in Canada and our resources, and the exercise was fantastic. It was the largest nuclear consequence management exercise in North America ever. It had over 100 agencies playing, but the one big thing I've taken out of it in terms of coordination is that there's almost as much or potentially more value on the planning side of an exercise compared to the actual conduct of the exercise. And the reason I say that, and a particular example, is that the system in government in Canada is very complex. We have a federated system, so we have division of powers. And then we also now have introduced a need to coordinate with another system of government. So one of the things that we undertook as part of the planning and preparation for this exercise was to take stock of which agencies speak to which other agencies, and to take stock of what agreements there are in place. So within Canada, under our Federal Nuclear Emergency Plan, we have 18 departments that work together to work the science and technology side of the problem. But although we work very closely together under that plan, those agencies also have partner agencies in the US that they deal with on a day-to-day that we don't necessarily see as part of the nuclear emergency plan. So it was incredibly enlightening to kind of go through this exercise of collecting all this information and just seeing how many groups have linkages, either direct or through national linkages, to so many other groups, whether it be province to state, whether it be our sort of whole of government in Canada to whole of government in the US, but then sort of more tactical connections where my group in Health Canada, we deal quite often very closely with the Department of Energy. Our public health agency works very closely with HHS in the US. And taking it to the next level, we had to look at what all those agreements said to make sure that there were no conflicts with sort of overarching, maybe national agreements, but also to understand who is responsible for what, who may be speaking at a tactical level with their counterpart, and that might be missed in sort of the whole of government situation awareness, and to ensure a unity of effort, to make sure that two groups weren't kind of doing the same thing, just in slightly different ways. And so that was an incredibly enlightening experience. It's something that, as part of our lessons identified, we don't want to put this in a shelf and have to redo it next time we do a big exercise with the US. But that really sort of solidified for me how much benefit there is in planning these exercises as well as the actual conduct of the exercise.
Thank you very much. I think we can still sit here for another hour and not finish what we are discussing. It's clear that there are a lot of things to touch: international cooperation, international support, international platforms, stockpiling, preparing. But I want to go, if you allow me, to the room and start having at least one or two questions, because we are running out of time. And yes, please. If we can have a mic here at the front. Thank you.
So thanks for all panelists. That yes, exercise is one of the tools for prevention, but lesson learned is one of the most also beneficial tools. So I'm just want to know your opinion about something. So usually the agency has a UC. So if a country has an accident or something, usually they notify the agency and you can see what is going on with this accident. But I didn't find if the country closed this accident or incident to send like a report for lesson learned for the other countries to get benefit from sharing the lesson learned. Because the lesson learned itself, it's one of the, as I said, most beneficial tools, so you can use it like if an accident happened in a country A, and they do this 1, 2, 3 measures, and they changing some procedure, changing some plans, and so on and so on. I think it will help us another member states to learn from this lesson learned. So I don't know if it is possible to emphasize this one, because also on the other hand, we have the Convention of Nuclear Safety, and as you know, each country, they have a report, national report, and they are sharing maybe operational experiences, and also there are one chapter regarding to the emergency, and I think it will be also one of the good tools to let us learn from the other member states. Yeah.
Yeah, I fully agree. Yes, please.
Absolutely, you are correct. And in regional or international exercises, we always prepare a report with action plans and lessons learned, particularly in convex, and you can find those reports. Also, when we exercise, we have started to exercise between FANR and NRRC in Saudi Arabia, and we are deepening this cooperation now. We do essentially now tabletop exercises, but we still share experience afterwards. And we want to broaden this type of cooperation to all GCC countries. Because as I said in the beginning, it's very important to create trust and to strengthen the cooperation between neighboring countries.
Thank you very much. And I think that sharing the lessons is extremely important, and for this exercise, we are still working on them. We just had a meeting to finish also our part on the earthquake, which we will share them with all the partners that were participating. So yes, we have a question there.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Dr. Hassan Bloushi, emergency physician and medical toxicologist from MOH EOC Oman. Thank you, first of all, to all the panelists for the insightful discussion, and congratulations, Dr. Raid, on such amazing and fascinating drill. I highly support such high level of simulations and drills where everything or preparations kept secret until time zero of the exercise. And we always say, if you want to train, go for any level of exercise. However, if you want to train and test the capabilities that you have, then you go for high levels of exercises, as you did. My question here is how to balance between getting it to that high level where everything is kept top secret until, let's say, time zero, or an hour or 2 hours before time zero you announce, and between the risk of having rumors, risk of having community panic that can also affect the repetition of industrial and economic side of the country?
Well, I can answer you for this, and you are very right about it. But there are ways to prevent rumors and to diminish fake news. First, all our vehicles, when they started going out, especially the convoys coming from within the country, they had exercise written on their windscreen. They had a paper writing exercise on it, so people would know this. Once the exercise started, we had an immediate press conference saying that we started an exercise and this is an exercise and that it will be going on for the next 5 days, 4 nights, and that nobody should panic. We gave messages also by cell broadcast, and we used our means of communication to tell everyone there is an exercise. Of course, keeping it 100% secret is not possible, because all those who are doing the planning and so on, they will still say something to their colleagues, and it's very hard to keep it. But having a bag of injects in the exercise that you tell no one about them, and you just add them to the exercise during the exercise, this is a very good way to test certain things. So you say, let's take the convex exercise. The decision, I think the planning was, if Petre, you tell me there were 4 patients in their exercise. They had 20, I think. We added more patients. And they added more patients by an inject to test our people in the medical field and so on. 4 patients or 5 are very easy to deal with. When you have 20 contaminated patients, it's a problem, you know. So the injects can come without talking to many people, and you can put them in. So yes, I think that you are right about the fake news and the manipulation, but we succeeded not to allow this to happen by talking to the media and talking every day, giving a lot of communiques. And we also had a hybrid cell in the exercise. The hybrid cell was responsible for 2 things. One, for exercising with us. We had hybrid issues. We had to give communiques, fake news coming out and so on. But the hybrid cell was looking also at the real fake news about the exercise, and they were telling us there are something coming out, you should immediately answer to this before it becomes, you know, a news or something like this. I hope I answered your question. Yeah. Any other questions, please? Yes. Please.
Hi, thanks everyone for your insights. My name is Philip Borremans. I specialize in emergency crisis and risk communication and did participate in the Convex. So my question is about communications in maybe what are the lessons identified then through the different exercises that you've done and maybe from the different countries specifically on emergency communication, and maybe not only during the exercise or from the exercises, but then maybe also from real situations. So specifically on the emergency communication side. And I wanted to thank you and Petre as well for, again, confirming that emergency communication is a technical intervention like any other. So thank you for that.
Would anybody like, yes, I would after that say something, but please, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, a really good point. The successful handling of a crisis and in exercising a crisis so much depends on the messaging that the team puts out to the public. It's about controlling panic, but it's also about giving practical guidance as to what actions should be being taken to mitigate the impact. In the UK, we have a specialised crisis communications team that sits in our external communications right at the heart of government in the Prime Minister's office, and they specifically work on lines to put out to the public, to put out to the media, to proactively get ahead of rumour and misinformation. Practical advice that can be given as to what to do or not do. And then they can also counter if dis and misinformation is coming through on social media and through other channels. And of course, we are not alone in having an emergency alerting system, a national system by which we can send alerts to any and indeed every mobile phone in the country. Again, giving specific targeted advice as to what to do or not do. So the public can be a real positive tool to mitigate and respond to a crisis as long as the communications are effective. And I think you need specialist teams to really ensure that that happens.
I want to add on this, which is very right, and just to add on it on another issue. The pandemic was a very big test for us in communication. First, it was a long-term disaster. It needed continuous communication. In order to communicate, you need partners. So first you have social media. This is only one channel of communication. To work there, to fight all the fake news and everything happening and the bots and everything which is on it. But what about when you have amongst the mainstream media, that is TV channels, at least one of them targeting your communication, mocking it, and bringing in influencers that are talking against what you are communicating, and they have one of the highest audiences in the country. And this is where the question comes. How do you deal with such a thing? We tried, we communicated, but they also communicated their way, and they convinced a lot of people in Romania not to get vaccinated. They convinced a lot of people not to listen to our recommendations and so on. So we were in two wars there, the war of the pandemic and the communication war. And that was really a battle for us. And the issue is that we can put all the rules we want on communication, but if your partner in communication, which is the media, is going to mock what you are doing, and after you have a press conference, they will take it, dissect it, and they turn it against you in every word you are saying, even though the other TV channels took it rightly and so on, it means that we have an issue there. And then we found out an issue about where they were getting some funding from and so on. So it was really a very interesting experience. But I agree with you, communication is one of the basic pillars of intervention and emergency management. And I think those who we do it, we know very well how important it is. Yes, I still have 2 questions. I don't know till when we can still go on here. 2 more minutes. Okay, we have 2 minutes, so we will have short answers, but let us take the question from there, please.
Yes, Dr. Ayman Bernawi, consultant in crisis.
Could you speak louder a little bit, please?
Okay. Yeah, Dr. Ayman Bernawi, crisis and disaster management consultant. My question is, resilience is 80 to 90% of the community's, strengthiness to, tolerate with the disaster or an emergency. So, and you talked about, letting the community know and aware of the situation and what's going on. But when are we really going to see the community participate in drills and full-scale exercise? Because that is the core of your resilience that you want to really look into and to help. Because you're not going to be able to deploy all your first responders all around the country or around the affected location. So that's my question. And what are the best ways to, engage them in a particular full-scale exercise?
Anyone who wants to answer this? Or if not, I'm going to tell you that the community is extremely important from the point of view of whole of society approach. If you want to be a resilient, any country that wants to be resilient must look at the whole of society approach concept. And we involve the communities with us, but not on a large scale yet at this moment. And if you go online and you see, for example, beprepared.ro, you will get into a portal which is in Romanian, English, and we are working on other languages. And you will see the guidelines, the recommendations, everything to the community. Even you will see a chatbot which doesn't answer political questions, only questions on emergency response. So you can ask the chatbot, I have a fire at home, what should I do? I have this, what should I do? And it will give you the advice. And this is the way we are bringing the community nearer to us. We are working on children with UNICEF. We are building up communication to children through different types of films and videos that are more animated and more attractive than for adults and so on. So maybe some adults will find them nice as well. But I think that I fully agree with you. We need to bring the community in. And we need to build up on the resilience of the individual, not only the resilience of the collectivity, because this is how it is built, based on the individuals. So thank you. I need to stop because I was told 2 minutes. But I'm sure if there are any questions, please just ask our colleagues when we are going out. We are happy to answer them. Thank you all. I hope we could bring in some added value to this meeting. And again, thank you all for the participation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, session will start in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, session will start in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the last session of today. And this session is on challenges and proposed solution in protection strategy. I'm very pleased to introduce our chair for this session, Dr. Olivier Isnard. Olivier currently serves as the Deputy Executive Director for Emergency Preparedness and Response at French Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Authority, called ASNR. He began his career at IRSN back in 2000 as a researcher, focusing on atmospheric dispersion and consequence management. Since then, he has held several key leadership roles, including head of the Atmospheric Transfer Modeling Lab and the Deputy Head of Emergency Preparedness and Response Department. Oliver is not only an expert in theory, but also an experienced emergency responder. His responsibilities have included advising government decision makers, leading radiological consequence units, and heading mobile response teams during critical situations. We are fortunate to have Olivier's deep expertise and hands-on experience to guide this session. Olivier, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Nadim, for this very kind introduction. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Welcome to the second sessions on protection strategy. These sessions, of course, address one of the most critical aspects of emergency preparedness, which is ensuring that protective actions are timely, effective, and proportionate to the risk. Our speaker today will share insight on defining emergency planning zones, adapting frameworks for new technologies such as SMRs, or advancing assessment tools for severe accident scenarios. Together, these approaches strengthen our collective ability to protect people and the environment under the challenging conditions. So I will ask all the panelists to come with me on stage and to start the presentation. Thank you. The names are, they're missing mine, so we need to switch a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yep.
Wait for everyone else to sit down.
Okay, everyone has a seat. Excellent. So I would like to start the session with Kirill Dolganov. He's the head of division at the Nuclear Safety Institute of the Russian Academy of Science of the Russian Federation, and he will be talking about development of source term estimation tools for coupled modeling of the radiological consequences of severe accidents. Kirill?
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Let me shortly present the current EPR achievements in the development of the numerical tools to estimate the source term from severe accidents at VVR nuclear power plants. I will talk about three tools. The first one is the integral code Socrat. The second one is the fast-running code developed especially for crisis situations. And the third one is an example of machine learning application to severe accident simulation. Sorry, the slide is, okay. The Socrat code is currently the basic numerical tool in Russia for analysis of severe accidents at VVR nuclear power plants. This is a fully integrated engineering level computer code that allows simulation of all important physical processes from initiating event to formation of the source term. at VVR reactors. As the other integral codes, it has a modular structure where each module is responsible for a specific set of physical processes. Sorry, I had a shorter slide. Socrat code is widely validated with experimental data. It implements both mechanistic and parametric models. Mechanistic models are based on the solution of differential equations, while parametric models represent some approximation of experimental data. And in the validation, we use separate effect tests and integral effect tests. Also, we use analytical solutions, code-to-code comparisons, and data obtained at nuclear power plants. So Socrat is coupled with the ROM code, which is used to simulate the atmospheric transport and fallout and doses to population. The coupling is assured by the interface file, which includes the calculated characteristics of the source term, including the location, elevation, temperature, and time dependencies of activity for those forming radionuclides over 5 minutes intervals. In 2011, Socrat was used in emergency response to Fukushima accident. Our results were used by Technical Crisis Center of EPR to forecast the radiological consequences to the population of Far East region of Russia. And despite the positive experience of this case, it was evident that emergency response requires much faster estimate of the source term than the integral code can ensure. Therefore, in 2019-2023, EPR developed a fast-running approach that was intended for emergency purposes. To estimate the source term, the modeling methodology implemented in Socrat was used, but with special adaptation to emergency response specifics. The main idea, the substantial increase in computational speed was achieved by simplifying those physical models whose importance in increase of CPU time was higher than the importance of the resulting loss of accuracy. And the loss of accuracy was controlled by validation with experiments. And the main idea of this fast-running approach was to bring the uncertainty analysis into the prognostic calculations. We suppose by varying the input, by uncertainty here, we understand the lack of our knowledge about the accident that has happened. So by varying the input data, we obtain a series of alternative accident scenarios, which are then directly calculated with integral code to obtain the respective number of the source terms, which is then transferred to atmospheric transport to finally get an envelope of doses to population. And here you can see a scheme how these alternative scenarios are generated. First, we have pre-developed a list of basic input decks for each NPP unit with VVR in Russia. Each input deck includes a list of 3 input parameters which relate to the uncertainty of our knowledge about the accident. For example, location and size of the coolant leak, availability of diesel generators, failure of safety systems, time and types of operator actions, etc. So in emergency, we just select the basic input deck, which is the most appropriate to the very first information coming from the NPP. And we additionally assume N1 variants of operator actions, and 2 variants of failures, and 3 variants of operational state of the unit. And so we get an ensemble of N1 by 2 by N3 accident scenarios. For each of these scenarios, a specific input deck is automatically generated from the basic input deck, and the calculations are initiated. So with this approach, we could reduce the time to prepare the input deck to 2 to 5 minutes, and the simulation of which accident takes from 10 minutes to several hours, depending on the accident. And here you can see an example of such a fast-running approach application. We selected 6 input parameters, which cover the likely deviations from the basic accident. And by combining their uncertainties, we obtain a spread of results. To the left, you can see the spread of hydrogen mass released to the containment, and to the right, the spread of cesium-137 activity. To make faster estimates of the source term, we're currently studying the application of machine learning technology. The neural network model implies training on a sample of results which are obtained from direct simulation of hypothetical accidents with the Socrates code. And the problem is that the number of accident parameters is so large that it's practically impossible to build a single global neural network that would reproduce all output parameters. By output parameters, I understand the physical quantities which determine the state of the reactor during severe accident. So we decided to train the specific separate neural networks on a lower dimension data. To do so, we divided all accident parameters into 3 categories: operational state, initiating event, and operator actions and equipment operation. So for each combination of operational state and initiating event, we develop a specific neural network model by varying the operator actions and features of safety systems. And also we develop a specific neural network for each output parameters. So one model for temperature, one for water level, one for pressure, etc. And here you can see an example of its implementation. So we selected, for this example, station blackout at VVR 1000 running at full power. For this operational state and initiating event, we selected 6 input parameters with different variations of parameters. And we obtain with these uncertainties 118 calculations, which are then used to build the model. At this stage, we are limited only to 8 output parameters, which are presented in the bottom of the slide. And here is the comparison of neural network model prediction with direct simulation with Socrates code. You can see that the agreement is quite promising, but what is most important is that the model was able to reproduce data that were missing both from the training set and from the validation set. So in the future, we plan to extend the application of this model to larger list of input and output parameters. And to conclude my presentation, I would like to focus your attention to the following point. Even though the integral codes are not very convenient to be used in emergency response, they still can be used to build a basis for the development of fast-running approaches. So we try to develop this idea with a fast-running code already implemented in Technical Crisis Center at EPR, and also with machine learning technology application. That's all for me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirill, for your presentation. I would like now to ask Luke Wang to take the floor. He serves as the chairman of the board at the China Institute for Radiation Protection in the People's Republic of China. Liu, he will be talking on progress on emergency assessment and prognosis technologies and tools for China's nuclear fuel cycle facilities.
Colleagues, I'm Liu Jun from China Institute for Radiation Protection. Today, I'm honored to share with you the research progress on emergency assessment and prognosis technologies and tools for nuclear fuel cycle facilities in China. My presentation consists of 5 parts, including overview, theoretical studies, experimental researches, R&D of software system, and conclusions. In the 1970s, China established a complete nuclear industry system. After the 1986 Chernobyl accident, China began building a nuclear accident emergency management system, highlighting its high commitment to nuclear safety. The nuclear fuel cycle involves multiple stages, including uranium purification and composition, fuel assembly, manufacturing, and reprocessing. A robust emergency management system and response capability is vital for the safe development of the nuclear industry. During nuclear fuel cycle facility operations, severe typical accidents demand high attention, such as leakage, fire, explosion, and criticality. Leakage accidents must consider the consequences of uranium hazard and high-level radioactive liquid leaks. Fire accidents mainly involve organic phase fires. Explosion accidents include red oil explosions and hydrogen explosions. Criticality accidents will release enormous energy instantly. All the accidents will release hazardous substances, harming the environment and human health. Historical accidents serve as stark warnings and give us a lot of feedbacks and experience to improve the capability for EPR, such as JCO criticality accidents in Japan and other much more earlier accidents in Tomsk reprocessing plant and other sites. Both international and Chinese guidelines and standards for EPR require emergency assessments. HAD 00207 explicitly requires operators to establish an emergency assessment system based on facility accident characteristics, capable of assessing accident status and consequences. This enables operators to respond swiftly and accurately during accidents. IAEA GSR Part 7 requires the establishment of a comprehensive emergency management system, conducting emergency hazard assessments for classification and developing justified, optimized protective strategies during preparedness. To meet the requirements and the needs, China has conducted comprehensive researches on emergency assessment and prognosis. Theoretical research follows a clear overall approach. The first step is acquiring precise and radiation monitoring data, allowing us to understand actual facility operations. Next, predefined static parameters related to facility operations are set, preparing for subsequent calculations. This hazard assessment and its results are presented comprehensively in 2D and 3D formats, making them intuitive and clear for easier understanding. Finally, assessment reports are generated based on these results. In summary, from data acquisition and emergency assessment to final report generation, the research provides a systematic scientific method for emergency assessment of nuclear fuel cycle facilities. Theoretically, leakage accident assessment using control volume models and chemical thermodynamic models The leakage rate and maximum concentrations within buildings can be accurately calculated. Based on time-dependent annihilation scenarios and source terms, combined with heavy gas models and meteorological data, we can obtain the comprehensive hazard assessment results. For fire accidents assessment, fundamental fluid dynamics theory, thermal balance formulas, and experimental results can integrate to precise calculate combustion rates and aerosol generation rates. For explosion accident assessment, based on explosion shock dynamics, fluid dynamics, and experimental results, explosion energy and overpressure are calculated. These assessment methods provide critical technical support for nuclear accident emergency management. Criticality accident assessment primarily calculates real-time critical fission numbers based on criticality alarm system results. Estimating those distributions within buildings provides a basis for acute radiation treatment, maximizing personal safety. Estimating source-term quantities and releases based on fission numbers helps understand accident severity and affected area. Combining meteorological data with Gaussian plume models to estimate the expected effectiveness dose for personnel and the public enables proactive protective measures. Multiple parameters experiments are performed to provide accurate data for subsequent research. Explosion experiments help understand explosion characteristics, providing a basis for explosion response. Leakage accident experiments are also conducted to simulate leakage conditions, studying release behavior and dispersion behavior of the leaked substances, offering strong support for emergency assessment and response. Research on multiple compartment transport behavior is also conducted. Nuclear facilities have complex structures, and the transport of radioactive substances between compartments may affect radiation scope and hazard severity. The research helps formulate reasonably emergency response strategies. We have developed a nuclear emergency assessment and prognosis system, establishing assessment models for 4 typical nuclear accidents: criticality, leakage, fire, and explosion. During accidents, this software accurately evaluates accident status, radiation doses, and chemical hazards, providing strong support for emergency decision-making. In summary, we have conducted theoretical and experimental research in nuclear fuel cycle facility emergency assessment and developed an assessment software. The software is used both in daily emergency management and accident response, helping operators meet nuclear safety regulatory requirements and remarkably improved our abilities to address accidental challenges. That's all for my report. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So I would like now to introduce Jukka Kepila. He's the principal advisor at the Finnish Radiation and Nuclear Safety Authority, STUK, in Finland. And Jukka will be presenting considerations on defining EPZs and the acceptance criteria of the nuclear facilities in Finland.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. With my topic here actually contains two topics. I will be talking about the emergency preparedness zones and how we define them, but also I will touch the issue about severe accident acceptance criteria and eventually how these two might be interlinked. First, a little bit of background. At the moment in Finnish regulations, we are updating our Nuclear Energy Act and related safety regulation. And there is now more goal-setting approach. And there is some reasons for this that we need to change. One, I think, current issue is, of course, new type of reactors, very small reactors, and how this fits into the regulatory system we have. Current projects in Finland are looking for either direct heating, so heat-only plants, or there can be combined heat and power plants considered. And typically for these type of reactors, they need to be close to the consumer, whether that is a city or urban area or industrial area. And also what we see today is that these new reactor types, they come with a little bit, not only by smaller size, but they may introduce new safety features as well. And previously, regarding the severe accident acceptance criteria, we also had a very, let's say, one figure that was more or less derived from existing, let's say, large-scale nuclear power reactors. So what we have found out that once we start looking the more goal-setting regime, we need to change also the acceptance criteria for severe accidents. But first of all, I would go to the EPZs. Our previous regulation had this kind of a kilometers, just fixed distances. And this, of course, doesn't work with the very small reactors quite well if they need to be sited in urban area. We have done, February last year, we have updated already the emergency preparedness regulation, and now we have introduced those criteria how we define these EPZs. So precautionary action zone is now defined by those criteria, 1 sievert within 10 hours, and we don't expect evacuation, precautionary evacuation outside the PAC. Leads to some of the land use restrictions around the plant. There is not quite prescriptive what it actually means. There can be people, of course, around the power plants, but it needs to be able to be evacuated. For UPC, we have a different dose criteria targeting stochastic effects. So there is a 10 millisieverts in 2 days dose criteria. And in any case, there needs to always be an external rescue plan. So basically, regardless of whatever size of the EP zoning there will always be a rescue plan. But coming to the emergency preparedness, we all know this is the defense in depth level 5. We consider that to be independent, and there are all these previous lines of defense before we enter the emergency preparedness to mitigate the consequences. What we target in the level 4, where we target the severe accidents, we set criteria for severe accidents and what can be the consequences over there. And basically, this is the licensing criteria for the plant design. And in a sense, there is this residual risk when you go outside the licensing criteria that needs to be still taken care of by the EPR. But when we go and look deeper in the design of these new reactor types, it becomes harder and harder to define what the risk is. And basically, the more safety we add to the plant design, the residual risk, what we don't know, kind of becomes more and more dominant, because that is the risk we need to prepare for in the EPR. So there is a little bit discussion at the moment how we define this, because it's the unknown, more or less, that defines the needed dose calculation. So in a very short summary, I think this was the existing approach. We site the nuclear power plant somewhere away from population. We had a fixed distances, and that was more or less the story for quite a long time. And with this current zoning practice, if the plant design comes with the enhanced safety, whether for one reason or another, there is now a possibility to define the zoning according to the risk. And this, due to the fact that they will be used in the context of industrial or district heating context, they will be sited more closer to the population. So then I jump to another part of my presentation. When we go to the severe accidents, and this is now on the, let's say, level 4 on the DID levels. We also need to look this topic now with a little bit new definitions. Where we started was coming from European directives. We need to, of course, avoid large early releases. That has been, I think, previously very the same criteria. And also we need to avoid large protective measures that are not limited in the area or duration. So more, in a sense, large-scale contamination, more or less. Previously, we have used a set criteria in Finland that for severe accidents, that we set a 100 terabecquerel cesium-137 limit for severe accidents, so that the plant design needs to come up with a certain frequency below that release. But now when we look new reactor types, they are either smaller in size, needs to be located closer to population. We also find that this old criteria doesn't really work that well anymore. Basically, it was derived from the large-scale reactors.
The string is not moving.
So then we need to somehow solve the problem and
sorry, can I interrupt?
Just stop the
management company. Can you please fix the slides, because slides on the floor screens are different than the main screen.
Sorry, I didn't pay attention over there.
Sorry to stop you, but yeah.
That's it. Next one.
Yes, now we have the same slide.
Can you try to change it?
Let's see.
Yeah,
Now we are
but the
in the
large screen are not moving.
background of this acceptance criteria. It's coming there.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I kind of explained the slide already, but basically the idea that we had one number for severe accidents with frequencies, and it doesn't really work that well anymore. And so what we need to define somehow together with the EPCs, we are now thinking that we can link both the severe accident criteria to EP zoning. And why this? I think that public will then kind of see one zone that mostly affects them, and then we can also explain our safety criteria, which is, I think, more understandable to the public as well. Don't pay too much attention to the numbers. As said, this part of the regulation is still drafting, and we have already maybe been tweaking these a bit, but the basic idea on the right side the column is that we will still be looking severe accident criteria, which more or less gives answers which are relating to the PAC zone. So there shall not be evacuation outside PAC zone, and the contamination limits should be contained inside the PAC zone. As said, there are so many limits and safety criteria in nuclear power plants, so they are very staggered set of rules. But with going into the severe accident and EPC zonings, we are now introducing some of those similar limits over there with separate type of calculations. Of course, they are not so strictly. Severe accidents are licensing criteria, and EP zoning, of course, is part of the licensing, but they are now, we talk a little bit in the same phrases and terms and numbers, C words, so they are now becoming interlinked together. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like now to invite Markus Greknik, which is the Senior Director of Environmental and Health Services at APASA in Australia, to talk about evolution and revolution of the IEA Emergency Preparedness and Response Standards, the world according to EPR2025.
Thank you very much, Olivier. Today, I'd like to walk and talk, actually. I've been sitting for a while, so welcome to my TED Talk. And I'd like to actually start by asking the crowd, I guess, if you have actually heard of EPR2025 and if you know what we do. Can I see a show of hands? Who's heard of EPR2025 and who knows what we do? Now, I expect the members to know, so yeah, so you know, there's probably, we're talking probably about 20% of the crowd, I think. I hope you said Richard, yes. But yeah, so we do have a few EPR2025 members in the crowd today. Look, I hope that if I ask the same question at the end, I'll probably run out of time, so I probably won't, that I would hope that everyone would be able to answer that question. So essentially, let me start with, well, I'm not sure what's happened to some of my timings here, but okay. The International Atomic Energy Agency produces safety and security standards. These are represented in this wheel here. Essentially, the hierarchy of documents is safety fundamentals, safety requirements, and safety guides. And you see in the wheel, fundamentals in the middle, requirements, and then guides. And under that is technical documentation as well. These are produced the IEA coordinates the member states essentially to produce these documents. So they are agreed by all of the member states. So all of your countries agree to these. There are 5 safety committees on nuclear, waste, radiation, transport, and emergency. Everyone here is interested in emergency. There is an interface group that includes security, and these are overseen by a commission called the Commission on Safety Standards. I'll refer to the commission or the CSS a little bit later. So, emergency. This is where EPRESC stands. Is the Emergency Preparedness and Response Standards Committee. So we are responsible for all of the IAEA's documentation or standards under emergency preparedness and response. So EPRESC is a relatively new committee. It was formed in 2015, and we actually had our 21st meeting in Vienna last week. So a few of us have flown directly over from Vienna to here. Q1 unfortunately had to go to South Korea and then back to Riyadh. So unfortunately for him, but I'm actually feeling quite good to be on the right time zone for once. So that's quite nice. But essentially, the chair reports, I'm the chair of EPRESC and I report to the Commission on Safety Standards. I did change this to a group photo today, but obviously I didn't get in soon enough for the right version. So, and unfortunately, I think I'm wearing the same tie today, so and it does stand out a bit. So, so essentially, what the committee does is it's not a drafting committee. It doesn't write the standards, but it reviews and approves the standards at 3 different steps. So the first one is a document preparation profile, which I'll talk about in a moment. And this scopes and outlines documents. The next is at the first draft, and where we approve that to go out for member state comments, where you can actually feed comments into the drafts through your regulatory bodies. So, and then it comes back with those comments, and they are incorporated, and it comes back to EPRESC for our approval. And some of the documents will go to all of the committees, some will go to a few of the committees. We also do topical sessions, working groups. We talk about challenges in EPR, technologies. We have joint meetings with the other committees as well. So we do a lot in the times that we meet. We meet 2 times a year as well. And part of what we have been moving towards is setting strategic direction. So part of this is working on gaps and issues and working with the Incident and Emergency Centre to prioritise their resources. What sort of, for instance, what sort of technical documentation is important to member states? What would we like to see in the future? And we work together on having the views of the member states heard by the Incident and Emergency Centre. We also have been looking at the medium-term and long-term planning and feeding that through into the Commission on Safety Standards. So one of the big outcomes, I guess, on the medium-term planning is actually looking at the review of GSR Part 7. So the headline document, the General Safety Requirements Part 7. It's been mentioned a few times over this meeting. So essentially, at EPRESC 15, we were feeding into the medium-term planning, and some issues with GSR Part 7 were identified. And these were including some gaps, I guess, in looking at new technologies, the management of waste, and non-radiological consequences. Non-radiological consequences have actually been mentioned a few times at this meeting as well. And so this kind of opened the door to the concept, and we discussed it with the CSS, well, I discussed it with the CSS, and you know, we moved towards, at the next meeting 6 months later in June 2023, where we decided, look, let's, well, actually at the November meeting, we put it in the medium-term plan that we would look at a review of GSR Part 7 to inform a possible revision. So there was no commitment to a revision, it was about a review. At the next meeting in June 2023, we established 3 working groups which worked virtually before the next meeting. And they looked at establishing a gap analysis related to the general requirements, the functional requirements, and the requirements for infrastructure. And importantly, a timeline for a review was established, which we have stuck to. So I'll work through this timeline, but we the idea of this timeline was that this was not, this was a well-considered review. We would review over a number of meetings. We would also include a review, we would include the next term of the committee, so that you didn't have the groupthink, essentially, of the same people doing the review all the way through, and we would have other people look at what we were doing so that it was reasonable to the wider community. 6 months later, December 2023, the working group reported and they identified repetitions, including some issues with cross-referencing, duplications between GSR Part 3 and GSR Part 7, and a proposal to build a new structure. A month or two later, early 2024, there was an independent consultancy made up of non-EPRESC members, and these participants also agreed that GSR Part 7 should be revised. So this is a very important step in this process, because it kind of shows us that it's not just the EPRESC members that are all talking together and going, oh, we need to change GSR Part 7. GSR Part 7 is still fit for purpose. But this is an exercise in continual improvement, but also having it appropriate for emergency preparedness and response. Next, in June 2024, EPRESC 18, there was a new term. So the background was described to the new committee. We have a turnover of around 25 to 30% for a new term. Terms last for 3 years, sorry. And so, you know, the new members were able to sort of ask questions and assess where they thought this was. So essentially that summary was provided, and a working group was established to essentially refine the position of EPRESC on the scope and the magnitude of the revision. It was decided that there would be a revision before the consultant, that there would be a revision, and what was the scope and magnitude was now the question. We then, at EPRESC 19, this was a crucial meeting, this one. This was a decision point about moving forward with a revision and what that looked like. And it was agreed, there was a lot of documentation in the background of this, and I've reduced it to one short paragraph. Sorry, Q1. But essentially, it was approved to move forward with formally initiating the process to revise GSR Part 7 with a large scope revision and a new structure. So this is a look at what that structure looks like, and this structure is carried through to sort of approvals through the safety standards committees in our document preparation profile. So this looks at preparedness, response, and transition. And so we actually are looking at this from a EPR expert's point of view, essentially, rather than a radiation protection expert's point of view. At EPRESC 20, we approved essentially a document preparation profile, and that was cleared by all of the committees. So that went through all of those 5 committees and the security committee that I mentioned before. And now we're right here at EPR25, hashtag EPR2025, and next week we actually have the Commission on Safety Standards. So I'm back to Vienna next week to see if we can get approval of that DPP next week. So this is very important for us and for that revision of GSR Part 7. And I think we're confident. So Monica Dobberton is the scientific secretary, and she'll be presenting this to the Commission, and I'll do whatever I need to do to be able to back her up in that. I've got here projected publication early 2030. In the DPP it says late 2029, so I'll stay optimistic and say by the end of 29, let's hope so. Sometimes these projections do tend to slide, unfortunately, but you know, there will be time for everyone to be able to give their input into it, which is really important. So this is GSR Part 7, and I guess there are 2 other safety guides at the moment that are being progressed through the committee, as well as an EPR document. So these three documents are being brought through as safety guides, and the opportunity actually was identified and proposed to rearrange these for harmonisation, consistency, and the avoidance of repetition. So these will move forward in advance of the new GSR Part 7. However, we will be writing them in a modular way so that they can easily be updated when GSR Part 7 is published, or the new GSR Part 7 is published. So that's sort of, we're sort of thinking about this as a holistic suite of documents, and they need to be able to complement each other, but still they need to be able to be used now and consistently in the future, even while we're updating. So we're thinking about those things with the Incident and Emergency Centre. My clicker's a bit funny here. So as I said, the next steps are to progress a holistic document suite. That includes the revision of GSR Part 7, moving forward with the DPP approval at the CSS, engaging the joint sponsors, the co-sponsors. So that is happening now. They have indicated so far that they will be on board with co-sponsorship, and this is very important for the wider take-up of this document and for it to fit in with other hazards and other aspects of emergencies. We'll continue to do joint topical sessions and joint meetings. We're looking at sessions on emergency workers and helpers with the Radiation Safety Standards Committee in the next meetings in June. We've also got a virtual meeting that we're looking at with Transk to talk about things like floating nuclear power plants and transportable reactors. And we are looking at drafting, and generally EPRESC will undertake the review, but with the drafting, some of it happens within the Incident and Emergency Centre, but some of it is actually consultancies. So if you are interested in contributing to GSR Part 7, we are looking for people to contribute to drafting. So, please talk to Monica Dobberton in particular and myself, and we can, if you've got an expert that you would like to nominate, there are consultancies that will be coming, and we'll be looking to progress this as soon as possible and as well as possible. So with that, before I close, I would like all the EPRESS members to please stand up and show yourselves. Because there are a few of you here. Can you please? And please, please, a round of applause for all of you for what you do in this area for your member states. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Long road ahead. I would like now to invite Gino Lee, which is an expert at the Division of Emergency Preparedness at the Korea Institute of Nuclear Safety, KINS, in South Korea, to talk about revising emergency preparedness frameworks for small modular reactors in South Korea, challenges and approaches. Gino?
Thank you, Olivia. Salam alaikum. Hello, I'm Gino Lee from Korea. I work in the regulatory body. Today, I'd like to discuss the current status of improving the regulatory framework for SMR emergency preparedness in Korea. I will be share the challenges we are currently facing and our approach to addressing them. Please take a moment to review the disclaimer. This, on my opinion, it does not represent our officer of policy. Okay, to give you an overview of my presentation, there is a two-part. First part is I will walk you through the current regulatory landscape in Korea, and then I will move on to the challenge and approaches regarding the regulatory framework improvement for new reactor, including SMRs. Korea is the world's 50th largest producer of the nuclear power. Our nuclear power includes commercial light water reactors, the heavy water reactors, as well as various nuclear facilities such as the research reactors, the nuclear fuel material processing facilities. Okay, recently various SMR designs, both light water reactors and non-light water reactors type have been underdeveloped in Korea. Specifically for the ISMR, the top of the one, which is the AWR type SMR, the methodology for determining the emergency planning zone size is currently under pre-application review. This review is expected to be complete within the 2025 in this year. In addition, several non-light water reactors SMR are being developed with the license application scheduled for the near future. With the development of various generations for the reactors, vendors are actively requesting improvement to current AP regulatory framework. Consequently, it has become necessary for us to review the overall framework and determine the direction and necessity for the revision. In this presentation, I will review the current Korea regulatory system and examine the challenges we face regarding SMR emergency preparedness. Okay, let's just start with the current status of Korean regulatory framework. Under Korea rules regarding the emergency preparedness, we apply the grade approach. This distinguished between the general nuclear licenses, like a commercial power plant, and the other nuclear licenses we call the small nuclear licenses, applying different levels of regulation to each. For the other licenses, relaxed requirement can be applied to a certain regulatory element. Specifically, this applies to item 8, emergency response facilities, TSCC, OSC, EOF, like that. Item 9, the extent assessment, those are assessment. While a grade approach is partially applied to EPZs, the requirement for the power reactor remained fixed. Currently, there is no regulatory framework allowing for the exemption or case-by-case evaluation for EPZ sizing for these reactors. Because of this, the SMR vendors are requesting a relaxation of EPZ regulatory requirement. Their primary goal is to reduce the EPZ to the site boundary. If the EPZ is reduced to the site boundary, we anticipate exemption from the several off-site EP requirements. Most notably, general emergency classification might not be required, and decision-making system for the off-site protective actions may no longer be necessary. So these points need to be taken into consideration. We modifying the regulatory framework. Now, I'd like to discuss the challenges and our approaches to establishing SMR emergency preparedness regulatory framework. I'm currently considering a shift toward a performance-based regulatory framework. Historically, Korea has relied on a prescriptive regulation. While this approach provides clarity and ease of implementation and consistency, but it has a lack of flexibility. However, performance-based regulation also has a downside. It can introduce uncertainty, make it difficult to demonstrate reasonable assurance of public protection, and pose challenges in persuading the public living near nuclear facilities. Considering these factors, we believe it is crucial to strike the right balances. There are several other factors we must consider when revising the emergency preparedness framework. For instance, how we integrate regulations for SMR with those for non-light water reactors and existing light water reactors. Can we guarantee reasonable assurance of safety? And how will we manage the stakeholder engagement during the revision process and ongoing regulations? Okay, this is summary. To briefly summarize, I have outlined Korea's current regulatory framework and highlight the key issues we need to consider. For regulatory SMR and ONTs, the existing prescriptive framework may need to be revised by introducing the appropriate balance between prescriptive and performance-based approaches. In this context, it is essential to ensure that regulatory framework can be flexibly accommodate diverse reactor technologies while maintaining a stakeholder support emergency preparedness capability. Now we are revising our regulatory framework, and we have a plan to next year. We have new rules for SMRs. This is the last slide. With the advent of SMRs and other Generation 4 technologies, I believe this is a golden opportunity to systematically strengthen and optimize our current regulatory systems. In Korea, when we make a law, because we follow the civil law, not common law, regulations are contained in one law, and it is hard to make exemptions. So in the past, whenever new facility emerges, we tend to pile up the regulation piece by piece and like a stacking of stone, adding an exemption here and there. It was somewhat of a patchwork approach. Now we have the chance to carve and polish those stones into the solid, Kohan's pagoda. In the other word, we can refine what we have into much more robust and systematic regulatory framework. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gino. So I would like to ask our last presenter, Richard Turner, which serves as the Director of Emergency Management Programs Division at the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission in Canada, to give us the talk on a nuclear regulator's approach to emergency planning zones determination in Canada. Richard?
Hello, everybody. So a little while ago in Canada, there was a lot of conversation about SMRs. And as that conversation started, we heard a lot of things about SMRs would be designed with fire protection by design. So we wouldn't need industrial fire brigades, and fire protection systems would be part of that design. We also heard things like there would be security by design, so we'd be able to minimize the impacts of security requirements that would go into the SMR design as well. But last but not least, we heard a lot of talk about safety by design. And what that led to was a lot of conversation about SMRs would not require EPZs. So that's what we're trying to figure out. We're still working on that. It's things that has caused us to look at our legislation and some of our regulatory framework as we try to be technology inclusive and consider where SMRs could be in Canada. So the EPZ question is still a bit of a work in progress, but this is the process that we have undertaken here in Canada. So today I'll talk about our new build landscape in Canada. There's a few projects on the go. Just briefly, we'll go over our regulatory framework. The CAC 5 position paper, one of the things we first did when SMRs came to the forefront, and we knew we were going to be moving in that direction, was we identified gaps in areas that we figured needed to be closed. And so that stands for capacity and capability. And that was project number 5. And we're about to release a position paper that further explained our position on EPZs. I'll also go over our process, and we can take a look at the case study for Darlington, which is it's actually a hole in the ground, and it's got cement in it now. So we are moving forward, but again, we're still learning things on the way. So as Olivier explained, I do work for the federal regulator, the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. We will be the governing body issuing licenses, whether it's license to operate, to construct, prepare site, or decommission, and eventually abandon site. So if you want to operate a reactor in Canada, you have to meet our rules, and we're the people who are going to give you the license to do so. So the landscape in Canada currently, I'm not going to risk the laser on this, but the blue dots at the very, very southernmost part of the map, that's southern Ontario, and that's where our existing fleet mainly is. We have large reactors, CANDU, of course, Darlington, Pickering, and Bruce. But one of the blue dots, the most southern one, is for OPG, and that's Ontario Power Generation. That's the hole in the ground with the cement. They're building the Darlington SMR. It's going to be a GEH BWRX 300. And the blue dot just to the north of that is Bruce Power. They've spoken about they're going to introduce new reactors. Not SMRs. These are going to be, looks like 1,200 megawatts is the current conversation we're having. Over to the right-hand side of the map, or Eastern Canada, Point Lepreau is another facility that does have an existing nuclear power plant. They're talking about starting the licensing process for an ARC 100. And then if we look at the green triangles, if we start again at the very southernmost tip, that's the Wesleyville. Wesleyville was abandoned. I say abandoned. It was a gas power plant that was being built, and there was a change in provincial governments, and they literally dropped tools and stopped building. So I say it was abandoned. Let's just say it was a project that was never finished. And as we now go to the right, or Western Canada, the two green triangles there, the southernmost one is for an SMR that's being planned at Estevan. The little red flag there, it's very close to the U.S. border. We like to be able to build these things where we don't get into transboundary issues, but we'll have to see what the eventual siting is going to be. Just north of that, the Saskatchewan Research Council, they were looking at an eVinci. And then last but not least, in Alberta, the last red circle is another future project. The province of Alberta is looking at potential SMR in Peace River. There we go. So we are a life cycle regulator. From site preparation it starts with the environmental analysis, to the point where we issue a license, where the licensee is now allowed to start preparing the site. Then they have to get a license to construct. Ultimately, it's the license for operate the facility, the nuclear plant, then a license to decommission, and ultimately they were released from licensing. So we, a life cycle regulator, we're going to go from the very start to the very end. Our current legislation, the one document we use mostly for emergency management is what we call our regulatory document 210.1. We have just currently updated it. We're just waiting for it to be officially released. What we did mostly there was we looked at the planning basis and hazard analysis and included the technology neutral legislation. So What we've done there is we've set ourselves up hopefully to be successful as we regulate the SMRs. We're also going to be releasing, I think I previously mentioned that, the EPG sizing methodology paper. That should say now things happen, so we're into maybe hopefully late 2025, but most likely about 6 months from now would probably be a safer bet. So what are we doing? We are using a graded approach and risk-informed approach to do this. Everything we do is risk-informed. We want to make risk-informed decisions. We certainly want to make sure that we capture level 5 defense in depth. There's always going to be level 5. Even if there's no deterministic doses that are evaluated and eliminate the need for an EPG, we're still going to be looking at level 5 defense in depth. There's still going to be an emergency planning distance. There's still going to be off-site actions that are going to be required from the off-site authorities. So even if a no EPG situation does arise, there's still going to be off-site requirements to fulfill that level 5 defense in depth requirement. And yeah, I think it's fair to mention too that I know there's a lot of SMRs that are being looked at around the world and other regulatory bodies that may license. Right now, there's no mechanism for reciprocity or equivalence. It will be our safety case, it will be our safety analysis, and that's how it'll be licensed in Canada. So EPZ determination. So the EPZ, if the pure GSR Part 7 definition is the protective action zone and the urgent protective UPZ. So if it does, you do get the deterministic effects, and then you have stochastic, and we're trying to reduce dose, dose savings. But ultimately, again, we want to make sure that if something does happen and goes off-site, there are measures in place to ensure that the level 5 defense in depth can be met. So we would still expect off-site response and the ability to clean up and return the situation to how it was before it started. We don't determine the final EPZ size as the federal regulator. What we would do is we would take a look at the safety analysis and the safety cases that come in, and based on the suite of accidents and the final analysis, we would say this is what that EPZ size is going to be, just on the facility itself. We would then give that. Once we approve that on a licensing basis, we would give that to the provincial authorities, and it would be the provincial authorities who would then put in the other things that are going to affect the size of the EPZ. So that would be the populace, the number of people living in the area, remote location versus population density, geographical locations, and meteorology. So it's up to our provinces and territories to actually determine what that final size of an EPZ is going to be. So as we go through our regulatory process to determine the EPZ, it's going to go through the different stages of licensing. So as we go to prepare site and the site evaluation, we want to get as much information as we can from the licensee to help us start the process of determining what the size of that EPZ should be. We also really want to make sure at this process, this stage in the game, that the off-site authorities having jurisdiction are involved. It hasn't been an issue to us yet, because right now the province that is constructing an SMR already has a working relationship with the province on off-site emergency response in case there was a release from the facility. But if it's a new province or a new territory where there is not such a off-site authority, so they have emergency measures organizations for different provinces and territories, but they don't have that nuclear program. So that's why it's important to get them on board so that they have an understanding, and it might be a lot of coaching and education to tell them these are the things you're going to need in place to support an operating nuclear facility in case there is an accident at that facility moving forward. Once you get into the license to construct, this is when we start our processes of PSA. preliminary safety analysis reporting. And when this is where we're going to start to get more engineering data. We're going to start to refine the accident analysis and start looking at the types of scenarios that can happen at the facility. Again, we're going to get into EPZ sizing again here based on a spectrum of accidents from the PSAR. The different reg docs I'm listing reference the EPZ requirements as we move forward through our licensing process using the regulatory documents. Last but not least is the license to operate. So this is where we're going to confirm the accident analysis. We're going to have a final EPZ size determined. And also before we'd operate, we'd want to make sure that we run a series of emergency exercises just to make sure that the plans and processes that are identified in place are actually established so that it can support the facility if there is an off-site accident. So how did we do the EPZ determination? So again, we'll go through it and we'll look at the technical criteria. So we want to look at the areas, and we're going to take a look at the dose assessments that go out from these from the accident suite that we go through. I'm not going to go through this in great detail, but we're going to go through it. We do look at the deterministic safety analysis. We do look at the probabilistic safety analysis. And as we go through the different phases of licensing, we're able to make those determinations. One of the challenges we're having right now is that the reactor design that's being built is still currently under design, and there are some areas where we've got some sticky points or hold points where we're trying to determine what that's going to be before they can move forward. So we didn't want to slow down the licensing process, so they're still under a license to construct, but there are areas that still need to be resolved that will not be able to move forward until we get those done. But ultimately, we are going to need the information from the proponent, the licensee, and we are going to have to come to an agreement on the safety analysis, because that's ultimately going to drive what the criteria from PSA and DSA is to determine what the size of the EPZ is going to be. And sorry, I know I just went completely back into acronym mode there, but the PSA is the probabilistic safety analysis, DSA is deterministic safety analysis, and ultimately the EPZ, emergency planning zone. So the Darlington one is the one that's moved forward. So the conversations did start in 2006. So just to show you how long this has taken. In 2006, the licensee OPG did approach us and gave the intent that they were going to build an SMR. In doing so, it started off a process where they had to do an environmental assessment. And in 2009, the environmental impact statement got completed, and they had to present it at a hearing. And then you can see the gap from 2011 to 2021. What happened there was there's a court case challenge. Not everyone wants a nuclear plant in their city, so that kind of slowed things down for a little bit. And then ultimately moving forward, OPG did decide on a technology. And as I said, today they're moving forward and hole in the ground with cement, which is a pretty good start. So we're on our way.
Richard.
Some lessons learned from this. Again, I really believe that one of the things we did well here was you have to get all of your authorities having jurisdiction at the table to establish what EP plans are going to look like. The last thing you want to do is think you're going to build a nuclear plant.
Would you like to wrap up for 1 minute?
I'm going as
quick
as I can.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyway, so anyway, it was great to get the offsite authorities to the table, because what it does, it dispels myths and it gets everyone's expectations aligned, and it really helps you move forward. The other thing too is you really have to make sure that everyone's aligned and understanding what the licensing process is. So our way forward, again, is we're going to maintain our dialogue with the licensees to make sure we get the safety analysis and all the information that we need. We are continuing to update our regulatory processes and regulatory framework. We continue to support our off-site authorities as more nuclear interest is coming up in Canada. And it is our intent to certainly share our lessons learned and any challenges that we've experienced going through this with anyone who's interested in the international community by doing presentations like this. And I won't take questions because Olivier wants me off the stage. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Richard. Time is a little bit short, so probably one or two short questions from the audience. Yes, sir? Short question.
At the outset, my appreciations for all the speakers to taking us through the wonderful work you have been doing in each of your domains. I have sort of a comment as well as a question on that. So yeah, on when we talk about severe accident tools, that is especially source term estimation tools, that's being extended to be used as part of emergency response. Are we not looking at the two different purpose? The earlier SORCOT or MAC, MELCOR, MAP, whatever codes those are intended to arrive at severe accident guidelines, not to be used for management, to create procedures and guidelines. But when we are using it for extended use for an emergency response, now this same tool becomes a part of response, that you are deciding the source term that decides the level of protection required. So here we are trying to extend the tools to two different applications. So my question is, should we be not looking at the requirements, how good such tools should be when it is going to be used directly as part of emergency response? That's the one thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Questions? Yeah. Would you like to answer?
I think look, the way I see it is you've got a toolkit for preparing and for responding. And part of your toolkit when you respond are your models and your monitoring. Sometimes you can get out and monitor straight away, sometimes you can't. But you use the models to try and fill the gaps before you have more information. And then you can refine your models once you get that information. So, I think that models do have a place in response. You just need to be aware about how much more information you've got and then make sure that they get augmented by the real life data that is being monitored as well.
I just want to add on, I do appreciate the requirements of models, how they support the response in the immediate, early phase of an emergency. But what I see is these models will be used by the operators, because in most of the, in the early phase response, it will be the operators who will decide or mostly advise the local authorities what is to be done. So now we are looking at a tool that is to be used by the NPPs, not by specialist groups or technical support groups. See, we have all seen such tools being developed by a few national level groups, so they can handle it. But what if can the operators handle such tools? Is it a good approach? It's just a philosophical sort of a thing. Probably we should ponder on it. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Probably we could have that discussion outside of the room to give the opportunity maybe for another short questions. Yes? In front. And then we can. Yeah.
I'm from China Nuclear Power Engineering Corporation, and my question is to Mr. Creel, and also for your quick evaluation code. I wonder, what is the time consuming for your evaluation for some typical case or accident scenario?
Do you mean the machine learning or the fast running approach? Which one?
Both. Answer for both.
Both?
Yeah.
Okay, for fast running approach, to prepare the input decks during emergency start calculations, we need 2 to 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And the calculation itself takes from 10 minutes to several hours. It depends on the accident. Well, you may say that this is probably in some situations not very quick. So we try to develop neural networks models which reproduce data, not calculate them. And in this case, each neural model calculates in few seconds, no longer than 5 seconds. But the problem is that to prepare the neural network model, you need months of work. And this may compensate fully the gain from the calculation speed. And that's really a problem, I admit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so with that, I just maybe one thought. Do you think, I mean, to get home and think about it, do you think that Finland, Canada, and Korea will be agree on how to design EPZs with the presentation you had, and can they agree quickly on what it should be? So we don't have time to answer, but that's something that is in my mind actually. So with that, I would like to close the session and to thank all the presenters we have this afternoon for presenting that in the protection strategy session. Thank you again, everyone. Have a wonderful evening.
So thank you.
Okay. He's taking a picture of us. So if you can stay in front. Maybe come closer a little bit, both. Yeah.